Well, no intro. Hey, Echo. Um, I canceled because my daughter is still sick. As far as I know, it's canceled. She thinks she's going to feel better tomorrow, but this has been going on for too long. I don't think she's going to feel better tomorrow. She hadn't eaten in 3 days, and she's losing everything, and so yeah. And if and she's been saying she's dizzy, so no, I don't want her driving dizzy. Not a good idea.
It's getting better.
Awesome. Thank you, Echo. I need advice, so I'm going to wait until more people come in. Hopefully, more people come in because I really need advice. This is like a crazy thing that happened today, and um, I want to know if it's happened to anyone else. Hey, Ann, good to see you. Apple Dumpling, good to see you. Been a minute. Yeah. Um, like I was expecting to see black SUVs. That's that's what happened. Like, uh, yes, a long minute. Hope you're doing well, hon. I know you. How's your mama? Well, I can text you all that. You don't need to publicize it if you don't want to. I understand. So, um, watch if you're out there listening. Oh, there's Carl. I figured you were asleep.
No, I got out of work today and I took a nap. I've been sitting here just listening to music and scrolling through the internet. Where are you at? Are you still home or are you on the road?
No, I'm still at home. Daughter's still sick, and um, hey, Eric, thank you. And so she's been sleeping still all day. She keeps saying, if I sleep it off, it'll go away. And yeah, um, it's not going away. And
Did
so
you feed her local honey and organic lemon tea?
that is all here. But to get her to do that is like pulling teeth. Um,
Well, you got to get the duct tape out and tie her down and get a funnel with a hose on it.
yeah. And that's what I told her a while ago. I said, you really need to eat something. You know, going this long without eating and with the stomach problems that she's having, I won't go into detail, but I, I said, there's nothing solid. You got to have something solid for that to stop, right? And so I was going to make her potato soup, but she preferred a can of SpaghettiOs, was it?
Spaghetti and meatballs.
Spaghetti and meatballs
Oh, yeah, that's going to help. Sure.
over homemade
I didn't prefer it.
potato
It was
soup.
quick and easy. I didn't have
Let
to
me
stand
say
up.
hello to everybody here because I'm feeling guilty already. Who we got up in here? There's somebody named Bonnie in there in the first one. There's Echo and Ann Garvey and Apple Dumpling. And who else? We got Eric, AR Eric in here. We got Al Bundy, uh, Blue Butterfly. Who else is up in here?
Hey, Blue.
All right, now I'm caught up.
Okay, so this is and stands alone. Good to see you. So I need advice. So that's why I put Hero and Carl. You might want to listen to that song sometime. Just just a side note. Okay, so
That was a loud hint. Which by who?
Enrique
Iglesias.
Iglesias.
Oh my goodness! All right, I'll try to listen to it.
Hey, Cheryl, Wayne, good to see you. I know
What's up,
Cheryl.
Wayne?
So
Joe?
Gigi had her birthday live. I don't know if you saw that, but
I
um,
went over there and said happy birthday.
good deal. Okay. So, okay, this is what happened today. So I was on my phone with my other daughter, and we were just talking about world events, stuff going on like we talk about here. All of a sudden, this male voice said, "This call is being recorded." And I was like, "What the?" I said, "Did you hear that?" And my daughter said, "Hear what?" And I said, "That this call is being recorded." And she said, "No, I didn't hear it." And I said, "Well, isn't that just weird?" And so then we started talking about this daughter, and it said, "Okay, the recording has ended." And I was like, "What is this?" And so then we were just talking about this daughter and stuff going on. And then I said, "Oh, did you hear about the guy that was arrested for the DRONE that was over his house?" And he SHOT it, and I'm spelling it out now because I know my damn phone's listening to me. And all of a sudden, it did it again. This call is now being recorded. And I was like, "What the heck?" And so then I started singing my do wah diddy diddy dum diddy doo. And it said, "This recording is over, is no longer recording," whatever. And I was like, okay,
All right, you got to go into your app, check to make sure you have no unauthorized apps in your phone running that take resources, they take power, they take your phone's speed away for one. But
how
it
do we,
sounds like you may have some type of voice actuated, like some kind of a helper, or all right, now this is before the internet even.
well, I'm
So
in trouble with the feds.
this is real. All right, this isn't speculation. But even before the internet, the government had devised this. What it was is it monitored all telephone communications, and what it did is it singled out certain phrases or words used in together, like
Yeah,
one and then the next word, and it would reroute those conversations to a recording and monitoring system. And it was already so advanced before the internet came along that I've always just automatically assumed that they're going to keep track of everything we do here, and that's how I've operated. So I expect that, Bonnie. I do. But it could be something as innocent as some type of an assistant that you have as an app that you didn't even want. You might have gotten an update or something like that.
well, so how do I find it? I'm in my apps and there's like 5 million of them. What?
Yeah, and a lot of them, whatever you don't use, put it to sleep or remove it. All right. And, I've always said I keep my cell phone in my back pocket so they can kiss my ass. All right. Because it just ain't right to do that to free people.
And I don't even know what's okay to get rid of and what's not, because I mean, I would get rid of
Right.
almost.
Don't get rid of, yeah, do a little bit of research on that. Don't get rid of anything. You're right. You can get rid of the wrong thing. But
Yes.
there's a whole bunch of stuff in there I guarantee you don't want.
And the odd thing too is, hey Tracy, good to see you. So, um, Um, the Benjamin, good to see you. Another weird thing is the FBI put out an alert that all Android and iPhone users
Have
um,
been,
need
yeah,
to
I
get
saw
rid
that.
of WhatsApp and Signal and Facebook Messenger. And
Yeah.
so, of course, I use Facebook Messenger and I have Signal. I don't think I have WhatsApp. If I
Well,
do,
you'll see that. It's exactly what it says when you find it in your apps. It'll say WhatsApp, and it'll have a little logo next to it, their company logo. And that
yeah,
one, you can get rid of that. It's
I don't,
doing nothing good for you. What's up,
I don't,
Benji? Blue? Steph?
I don't, I don't have.
Malone?
Sometimes you can hear the recorder when it's on without them saying anything. Yes. And so that's what I noticed um, a long time ago. There was sometimes when I would be talking to somebody and I would hear a male voice and I'd be like, "Do you hear that?" And they're like, "No." So yes, that's where I get the
There is
craze.
another thing that's happened, even back in days of the landline. Sometimes lines would get crossed, and you could hear another conversation. And it was not intentional or anything, but also back in the day, you could even be watching your TV and a radio from a cop being close to you would all of a sudden broadcast over. And that happens to phones and other things too. I mean, there is
Now,
a possibility of just a conversation leaking over into yours. But there also, you could have had some app in your device that allowed you to record certain parts of conversations and you just didn't know that you activated.
this was not a cop. It was a
Right. And I'm just saying, because they do bleed over in conversations. They're known to
one.
do that.
And I remember whenever sometimes even a CB, a trucker, would come in on, and I can't remember if it was my TV or but something I was listening to, and I'd be like, "Well, that was weird," and it would just be for a second. I don't know.
It's getting out of hand. They have no business surveilling the American taxpayer. All right.
And I
They
thought
need
that that's what the Congress was up there stopping was the censoring of the American people or the spying on them or whatever.
Yes, yes, yeah. We got 41 days left, all right, and then the reckoning really begins. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I believe. As long as he and his people can make it there, you're gonna. I think they're just doing everything they can right now because they know they're screwed. Did you see Christopher Wray step down from the FBI? Did you see Adam Schiff step down? You see what's going on, people?
Yeah,
They're scared. What's going on, Wayne?
I don't know. So I think Wayne said that his TV was talking to him. Where did I see that? Way up there.
Well, again, this stuff is all old news to me. It was back in the early 80s that I knew a guy in Detroit for 20 bucks. I could send him 20 bucks. He'd send me a little itty bitty package. And in the package, there would be a 9-volt battery connector. You know, the little plug on, little vinyl covered connection that you hook to a 9-volt battery, little square batteries when you're using them. And on the end of that, there was a tiny little solid state board. And what you would do with this is it was a super sensitive room microphone. You could plug that onto a brand new 9-volt battery and leave that in somebody's house, in somebody's car, in somebody's yard. And what it was is it could record almost an entire house. All right, anything that went on. And all you had to do is go sit out in your car and tune into an AM radio station to listen to everything that's going on in that house or in that area. And these things have been so easily obtainable. They have devices to where if you called somebody, all right, on any phone, you call them, even when they hang the phone up, if it was around, you don't have to say shit. As soon as they pick up that phone, they've created a connection that you can keep. Now you can turn their phone into a super sensitive room microphone and listen to everything that goes on. This is equipment that the FBI and CIA and all this used to use, but now you can buy this as a civilian. You can buy this kind of gear. This
Hey,
stuff has been around.
good to see you.
And just imagine what they've done now with the way technology just goes in leaps and bounds. You know, if they've had that stuff for decades, imagine what they have now.
Oh, I know. I'm totally aware of the technology that they have. But so this Wayne said, don't want to see them talking back at me through my TV again. That's kind of crazy. I wouldn't want to see that either. Yes, they can if you give them permission. Well, I didn't give nobody permission to interrupt my call and record it. So,
Right. It's a
but
violation.
my son-in-law said if they tell you that they're recording it, it's legal. And I was like, what? No. Is it?
If you agree, all right, let's say you're on some platform or you buy some phone and sign something. All right, it could be in the small print, Bonnie. I mean, do you read it all? Because you may have already agreed to that in some way. That's all right. That's this is the thing I have with Facebook because I remember starting, years ago, not long after Facebook, whatever, first started. I clearly remember reading the agreement where they promised to keep my privacy private. All right. There was a whole spiel on that back, 2006 or something like that. I can't remember. But I remember the agreement. And that is the agreement they made with me. They violated that over and over. I don't know how many times. All right. Now everybody knows that's not a good site. All right. They blew it. They broke the agreement, not me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Echo, it's an Android.
Yeah, Apple Dumpling. I don't want any device that thinks it's smarter than me.
No, and the only thing, okay, my TV is hooked up to the internet. My daughter's TV, because she's gaming all the time, and the printer. But I don't have, I think it's crazy to have appliances hooked up to the internet. But even my cell phone is not hooked up to the internet. I keep the internet turned off because my data's free. So I don't care if I go over on my data. And so I
Well,
never,
I know how you feel, all right? Because I can remember my first cell phone. I put that off for years. Everybody else had cell phones before me. I didn't want one, all right? And when I finally broke down and got my first cell phone, I was working at a shop not far from here, and
thank you.
all I remember putting my keypad on lock so I couldn't accidentally dial anything. But somehow they allowed 911 calls even if the pad was on lock. So every now and then it happened like maybe two times where I pushed against my shirt working on something and it automatically dialed 911. And at first I got a call back. The dispatch called and says, "Hey, is everything all right? What's going?" I told him, "Oh, no problem." The second time it happened, no, okay, this happened several times because I remember the second time the police came knocking at my shop. All right, in the daytime, not a big deal. The second or the third time that it happened later in the evening, and I was getting frustrated. I'm like, I'm going to have to start taking the batteries out of this thing. But the fourth time was the kicker. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I had been working on my stuff all night long, and I get this rapping on the door again, and they're like, did your phone, did you dial 911?" I said, "Oh fuck, I probably did." And they had been searching all over the railroad tracks and all over the area because they thought they had somebody injured and shit. And I just said, fuck that. I got rid of that phone. All right, because I didn't not want some device calling the cops on me. Basically was what it was doing.
Right. And that's the other day. So 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? I'm getting my days all mixed up now because this sleep schedule and everything is all messed up. Um, I drove my daughter to the store. The one that came in here hollering to go back to the store last night. It was yesterday. And so, um, my phone was up against the center console. And so when she went into the store, usually when she's in the store, she takes forever. So I sit there and I play solitaire on my phone. Well, so I got my phone to do that, and everything on my phone was shaking. It was like it was having a seizure or something. When I turned it on, it was just like, it was just jumping up and down. Hey, Meat Puppet, good to see you. And so I kept trying to get it out of that, and it was going to all these other things. And so what you said about the app taking control, it could have been something like that right then, because that's the first thing I thought of. Who's controlling my phone right now? Because it isn't me. And I even tried to shut it off. I was like holding the button down to shut it down. It wouldn't even let me do that. It just kept doing all this stuff. And finally it stopped and I was able to shut it down. And then when I restarted it, everything's been fine since. But
Well, on a computer, like if you were to have somebody work on your computer, you used to be able to give somebody administration control over your computer through the internet. Meaning, if you had tech help, all right, you can give them the information they need about your computer so they can now they're in control of your cursor, your mouse, and everything. You'll see them take complete control over your screen and start to use everything, fix whatever technical issue they're helping you with. But that
only
is
if you give
basically
permission.
another thing that can be hacked. In other words, people can take control of your operating systems like on a computer. I suspect it's very much the same way on the cell phone as all.
And that's the thing. We keep getting all these alerts about hackers and how they're getting into the cyber attacks, whatever it is that that they keep giving us warnings about. So that's probably a lot of what's going on. I mean, I've been seeing them say a lot about the Androids and the iPhones lately, specifically.
Maybe, James. Maybe that's what that was all about. No, at the time, it wasn't in my back
Hey,
pocket. It was in
Lane,
my coat pocket when it was doing that. What's up, Elaine? Anybody else? Quest for Truth? Chessboard. What's up? Garrett. Meat Puppet.
Quest for Truth, good to see you. And yeah, I mean, I've had tech
Indy.
support have to come in and do my computer, and but you have to let them. There's things you
Yeah.
have to give
Yes.
them for them to be able to have that access. But
Yes, but a hacker doesn't need that permission. They'll
that's what
get
I was going to
behind the
say. But
firewall and go to
the
right.
hacker can do whatever they want.
Yes, and I used to actually monitor that stuff. When I used to use a computer all the time, especially doing eBay for all those years, I had to watch my shit,
Just
you know,
for
because back in the
long.
day,
I'm sorry.
there was a lot of no, it's all right. Just a lot of lessons throughout the years with that stuff. What's up, Lauren? And Indy snuck in here.
Yes. Government doesn't either. Yeah. I don't know. It's and
Well, I'll tell
I
you this,
know
if I was
these
to like,
every time we go live on YouTube, I know that's being watched. That's a given. But
right,
my goodness, we have talked about a lot of stuff here. I mean,
but we
even
ain't doing nothing wrong. So what do we got to hide? All right, that's the thing. It's
right,
like
we're
I
not
don't
sitting here
use
brave
any.
enough to go and attack anything or do anything. We do not promote any kind of violence or
Right, right.
yeah,
I'm not a part of any. I'm not. I'm not affiliated with any groups or organizations. All right, I used to say that all the time. All right, because doing those gun shows and surplus store, even the military vehicle shows, I had been approached many times by militias and people who
mhm,
want me to join their little clique, and I've denied that my whole life. Well, I don't want to be a part of somebody else's whatever it is. And the reason being is this is what I discovered. I've seen how the militias work and I've seen their little groups and stuff. And it's actually it's bewildering to me why somebody would want to be told what to do all day long, 24/7, and not even get a paycheck. All right. And I don't know. I mean, teach their own. If you need to group up and follow somebody like that blindly, I don't want to be responsible for somebody else's mistakes. Number one, I don't want to be guilt by association because of some shady motherfucker in this group that I barely knew. And that's what will happen to you if you get in with the wrong people. All right. This is something I've known for decades, folks. This is nothing new that I've thought about. All right. So I've
right,
remained a loner. All right. I don't want to be any part of anything, and I won't be. You know, there's even been times where I've been invited to backstages in the past, and they're talking about guerrilla warfare, and I can't. If I think they're planning something, I'm the hell out of there. I mean, I don't want to be a part of nobody's plans like that. All right, that would be the perfect thing for an agency to use. That's what I believe they're out there really looking for, is these patsies that they can sucker into their, you know, little propaganda.
oh
Sorry,
no.
got me going on that one, didn't
Yeah, but it's okay. Let me see if I can find what Echo said because I think I might have set that to record. I could tell you why. I know. And so I don't know where that would be.
you? So, Lisa,
Could it be in the app? Oh my goodness. All right. No, all this is reminder. I don't I don't know where record would be.
yeah, they when you do your updates on your devices, sometimes they add little features or change things. They kind of
See,
they make choices for you, and I hate when people make those types of just when I have everything the way I want it to come in there and rearrange it on me, that's upsetting. You know,
Hey, Lisa. And so, what'd you just say? What was the first thing you said?
about people making choices for me when they do updates and stuff.
Updates. Thank you. So this UI something or other, it keeps telling me I have not done the UI update. It keeps trying to get me to do that hardcore. Like it keeps popping up on my phone a lot. And I keep just closing it because I'm not going to do that. Because I figure it's like a AI. I don't know why it's called a UI.
You may be able to completely remove that app so it no longer prompts you for updates. But you need to like do a Google search on the app itself. Make sure that it's not intertwined with any of your other features of your phone that you now need because they updated it and made it like the manager of that program kind of deal. Because that's the thing is if you remove the wrong thing, something on your phone you use might no longer work.
I know. And
But if that does happen, you can usually download another app and that overwrites it.
yeah, I just need to look into my phone and then just what is the bare necessities I need on this phone to keep it running and then take care of it.
Yeah, see, that's why. Okay, the last phone I had, I went everywhere on it, and I
Oh,
had
well,
account. I had a Rumble and Discord and MeWe and Facebook and YouTube and BitShoot. I had all these different accounts all over the place. Right, a bunch of them, and I think that's what killed the phone. So since I got this one, I only really do YouTube. Right, that's where I stay, and I've had a whole lot less problems. It's a whole lot speedier. So I just limit what I do with it because it'll over resource it.
so what's Quest for Truth's other name? Who is that? They're modded. They gotta be somebody I know.
All I can think about is Johnny Quest when I read it.
Quest for Truth. What's your other name? Please. I don't know.
Well, Al, what I mean is like even with computers, like your browser could get polluted. You get a virus or something, and you could take it right out of your operating, just delete the whole program, then go back and re-download it, and it'd be all the newest form, and you wouldn't have problems anymore. You could solve a problem like that in the past. I really don't, like I said, I don't know as much about phones as I do about computers because I use the computer
Oh,
for.
Quest for Truth is Red Pill. Thank you.
Well, that makes sense.
Hey, Steph.
And see, that's confused me all along. You remember Red? You remember the gal that used to be here all the time back when you started? You
I
remember
remember
her?
I have reached out to her actually. I have reached
Well,
out to a lot of people who used to be here for a long time that just, here we go again. Never mind. I'm not going to do that because I get
all I
all
was going to say
emotional.
about that is when I first saw, I think she
Oh,
used the handle Red Pill for a minute. All right, I could have sworn I seen her use
yes,
that in her.
yes.
And then when I saw this Red Pill, for the longest time, I thought it was just her. So I didn't realize it was a guy named Ken.
UI is user interface. You definitely need to look into it. I will.
See, this is what just happened. That chat wasn't moving here for me, folks. I was watching the chat, and all of a sudden it blinks, and there is literally over 20 comments that they didn't all of a sudden show me all at once.
I have a sensitive phone, definitely.
Woo!
Soon the whole system's going down. I hope so.
What's up, Eric?
Excuse me. Would be mad because their dollars can't get them in. Oh, really? Hey, Wolverine. Current photo for my picture right now is me next to my son. He was at Paris Island. Where's Paris Island? I have heard of that. I'm going to put that on screen so I can see your picture.
What's up, Gun?
Where's Paris Island?
Paris Island. That's a Marine Corps island in California. It's for training.
Okay.
Marine.
Maybe that's why I've heard of it.
I'm pretty sure it's California. I don't know. I know it's a Marine Corps training island. I think it's in California, but North
Still
Carolina.
good to see you.
Turning Gun says it's North Carolina.
Oh.
So is Lauren. Lauren said it first.
Okay, you can delete UI from your phone. Duck and cover.
Sometimes if you can't get rid of an app, you can put it to sleep.
Yeah, there's one that says it's sleeping. South Carolina. Okay. North Carolina.
I don't think this daytime nap stuff is a good idea. I still feel like I'm full of energy, like I should be chopping wood or something. This is why I don't take naps. I knew I should, but I needed it, man. I felt tired, so it's like sleeping. Now I've got a whole night of sleep in the daytime. This could end up bad.
Well, yeah. So that's why I'm live right now. I'm like, well, here we go again. Turn it. And that's her sleep schedule. And so she comes in here to sit with me and talk. And sometimes it's till like 4 o'clock in the morning. And at 2, I'm telling her, I really need to go to sleep. I'm like putting my pillow down. I'm getting ready for bed. And she's just sitting there like, and I'm like, but these are the moments I should treasure. So I can't get mad. And it is what it is. I had the mowers coming this morning. And so I hid the money outside and took a picture of where I hid it. And I said, here's your money under this when you come, because I knew they were coming at 7 o'clock this morning, and don't wake me up. Well, my yard looks good now. Yeah. Good night, Still and Tree. Good to see you. And yeah, I need to upload my pictures again. And then, so I have this little backup that Dorinda told me about. And so that's what I've been doing, is putting my pictures onto my computer and then downloading them onto that little device, pictures and videos that I just will keep forever. And that little device, nobody can get a hold of it unless they steal it. But it's little. It's easy to find. Yes, Steel and Tree, I got it. Thank you so much. They are amazing.
Woo!
Mhm. Yes, I meant to send you an email today, but
Can't
it's been,
send it.
it's been one of those days. I want to tell you. You know, and that's what I was telling my daughter. I said, you know, the only ones left from the get go, like from the really get go back, is um, like you and Echo and Chuck, and I mean that we all became friends.
I remember. I remember Robert. I remember
Happy,
Heather and Jeff, and I remember the
yeah,
first crew. You know, and then I remember when it thinned out. I remember when Shane entered the picture. I remember, you know, and I remember it all, Bonnie. I do.
oh, thank you, Turning Guns.
I
Um,
remember you modded other places. You know, I remember the first time you came to 101. I remember a lot of stuff like that. I don't.
yeah, and it was weird the way I found 101. It was like, okay, I keep hearing this prepping thing. What is prepping? You
Well,
popped up.
if I would have known you didn't know about Dangerous Freedom, I probably would have sent you in that direction too. Because I don't know how you managed to miss him.
I fished you. Oh,
No,
I don't either.
I
I
mean
don't either.
Dangerous Freedom. I don't know how you missed that.
I know, and I don't either. And but that's what um, Indy was
Maybe you
telling
weren't
me
up
that she
late that
was
much. You know, he was late night. I mean, he didn't
really
usually come on till 11 or something. So maybe you weren't up that much that time. You know.
at that time. I wasn't, and but that's what Indy said that she used to drop his link all the time. Well, I never saw that link. I would see Travis and I would see Gigi, and I went over to Travis's once, and I was like, yeah, this isn't quite the place for me. And then I went to Gigi's, and I was like, oh, she's fun, and we hit it off just right away, just goofing and laughing, and it 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 was fun. It wasn't all fighting and all that other stuff that goes on at other places.
Well, see, now that's the thing about Dangerous Freedom. It was kind of a rough crowd. I mean, there were a lot of good people there, but there were also people that they stirred things up a bit. And there was
Oh,
drinkers, and you know, there was a lot of sexual innuendos. They could be it turned away a lot of people. All right, just because it was like a bar crowd or something, you know, and that's really the guy mastered controlling that type of environment. All right, he wouldn't let things go too far, you know, and he would call people out for their bullshit, and so would other people in the chats. So you'd
right.
often go into that chat, there would be some kind of drama going on. I just fucking ignored it and went on with what I was chatting about or whatever.
Yeah.
So it could be a bit of a rough neighborhood, really.
Yeah. I,
That's where I met Amir. Sounds like my kind of people. That's exactly where I met
hey,
Amir, and he actually stood out to me, man, because he took everything in stride and with humor. He
Yeah.
never got mean or hateful or any of that shit. So he's like, he's old school. He's one of the originals I've known.
Hmm. And but I think I came to YouTube because of Hawk, because Hawk was um, part of the Facebook crowd that I followed, and that that was like Primetime Patriots and uh, Cash Kelly, because I'm pretty sure I saw Cash Kelly's very first video, and that was
I
this.
think I did too. And I met Hawk from Dangerous Freedom. That's where I think I first seen him talking about weed. I didn't know that he did anything else, and that's probably how I ended up finding his channel. But you remember you had Mike and Tammy and all that going on too.
Right,
And
and
at the
that's
time, there was a lot of people. All right, there could be a couple thousand people in the chat.
yes, that was the first place I ever modded, and um, and it was treated like a job. I mean, they'd have meetings, and it was pretty specific about comments that were allowed and comments that were not. And so a lot of people would get mad about their comments, but um, that's one thing that was pretty strict over there was um,
That
there was
got stricter and stricter, and it did chase me. It chased me away. There was times where I didn't like what I was seeing, so I left. That's me,
yeah,
And most times, 99 out of 100 times, I'll just leave somewhere before I say what I really think. All right, I just keep my mouth shut and I don't go there no more. That's the way I've always been, unless I have to open. And if it's really bad, I just might open my mouth. You know.
have a good night, Ken. I've
I
got a
remember
great
when you were Ed. I remember when you were Ed, Elaine.
lots of information. Sure, Ken. You remember what?
I remember when Elaine called herself Ed.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I'd be like, wait, is this our Ed or is this? And yeah, thought she was a guy because it was Ed.
You know, when I first came into this, there was many people I didn't know their gender. And I
Yeah,
tried to be where that didn't matter. And in most cases, it really doesn't to me. I don't care what color they
no,
are. I don't care what sex they are.
right.
The comments or whatever when I'm chatting with them in a chat, it's there's you can get to a point to where you even don't even think about that. You see them as their name, right? It's you become familiar with their name and their wit or whatever that is that you have, and those things don't even cross your mind. I think that's kind of a cool thing, really.
Yes. And that's it, though. You get to know their personalities, kind of. And our
To a
do.
point. To a
Because
point.
I know you can be a lot braver here than you probably would be in person. I know that you say things here that you probably would not say in person.
Yeah,
So,
not everybody, because I probably am worse in person. I, I, I you
okay,
know, I had a nickname that I made up because people were teasing me all the time. Brutally honest. All right, because everybody said I was brutally honest. Like it would fall out of my mouth before I even thought about it. All right. If I see somebody, push somebody, I'd say, "You're a fucking dick." Right there. I'm not going to let it slide. So I kind of think like I hold back a little more on here, trying to be civil and all.
Well, I can understand not taking shit, but would you be as flirty, say, in person?
For
I
me, probably more so,
don't.
because now I know that I like her, so yeah, I'd be probably game on.
I don't. I'm pretty much the same. Um, I mean, y'all have heard me tell my girls, mm. um,
It's like I get to know people's character on here. I don't get to know them personally. That's the way I feel. I feel there's a difference there, you know.
everyone
So
here
I
is,
would only,
they're all
huh?
saying they're worse in person. All of them are saying they're worse in person. I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, I think that was, yeah, I think this crew is, I think that's accurate with these people. You know what I mean? Because this is really, if you think about it, the ones that are regular, even here at your show alone, just the regulars here, they're their own world. All right, they probably are either like the black sheeps of their family, or they're the oddballs out, or the independent ones, or there's probably a mix of different stereotypes here.
Okay, I may say the F bomb a couple of times here and there, and I may call people names here and there. That but my calling people names is jerk, butthead. Just not. I don't go all out. Maybe if I went all out, it'd make me feel better. I don't know, but I just can't get to that point where I'm just like, even knowing that I was used to the hilt, I just can't get to that.
Calm down, David. My favorite Christmas song is Bing Crosby. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Is David here?
Yeah.
Hey, David. Oh, what's Cam's Christmas song?
Yeah, Cheryl, I've been running a social experiment on all of your psyches for years now. I just wasn't going to tell you right away. I've got, files on all of you. Mm.
Speak kitchen tongue.
I done proved to you all I can outswear anybody if I wanted to. I just try not to do that.
Bonnie's favorite Christmas song. We were talking about that the other night, David. I can't name a favorite. I love them all. I like Mary, Did You Know, and Hark the Herald Angels Sing, and Oh Holy Night. And there's just so many.
Dean Martin. I always listen to Dean Martin this time of year. It's I don't know, that guy. I love the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis movies. I'm not a big fan of Jerry Lewis, but I love the Dean Martin variety show and his Christmas albums. I don't know. I've always liked Dean Martin, so that always comes to mind. What's up, Runner?
Yeah, I like Dean Martin.
I
Um,
did just recently see in my Facebook, though, years ago, when I was posting just Christmas music. And you guys would not believe how much rock and roll Christmas music there is out there. I mean,
yeah,
there's all kinds of it.
there's quite. I like Jim Neighbors. Oh my gosh, he can sing.
Well, golly,
No, but he can sing.
I know. I know.
When I first heard him sing, I was like, no way, that is the same person.
I know, right? Yeah,
Yeah, he is pretty amazing.
pretty sure I've seen every episode of that.
Al, I don't think any of us thought we'd be on YouTube. And that's why I keep saying I just don't think it's an accident that we've all been brought together because it's just kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I've listened to that a few times. Echo, when it first came out, I thought it was hilarious. But there's certain songs like that I can only listen to them once every maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years. You've heard them too much. I just posted a bunch of music today, Bonnie, and it's like
Thinking,
Stairway to Heaven. All right, I heard Stairway to Heaven so much in my life. There's that I don't want to hear it. All right, I don't. I really don't want to hear it. Except now there was a live there's actually several many live performances of it, but one in particular that was done, the one I posted, and it just touches me. You know what I mean? That version live like that gets me way more than the album version that I've heard 974 times.
wait, Festus could sing too? No way. I'm gonna have to look that up.
I've called us that before, Cheryl. The Island of Misfit Toys. I've called some of the people
Yes.
here that.
Richmond, are you working still? Set up the stereo, outdoor speakers, and play a little Royal Guardsman for the neighborhood.
And to be honest, that Island of Misfit Toys scene that came out when I was little, and I can remember being a kid going, "Man, that would be the coolest place ever. Is an island of broken toys. I'm in. I would have fucking lived there. I would have."
Islands in the street. Yes, Festus could sing. Wow.
Roger Miller.
Kiss Up don't know how to stay out of trouble. Ken Curtis. That's his name. Roger Miller.
They're coming to take me away, hee hee ha ha ho ho, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, hee hee ha ha ho ho.
Dr. Doom.
That's who
Mickey
sings that
Mamoto.
song. That's who sings what I was just. Dr. Demento was hilarious, Bonnie. He was
Oh.
like the Weird Al Yankovic of his time, but before Weird Al. I should say, they.
Oh, goodness, Al. I won't even go to the psychological aspect of that.
I'll just put it in his file.
Oh, it's Christmas. You got a file? Aw, I'm sorry, Wolverine. You know how to what? Whoops. And
Al
okay,
talking
there's
about
a whole nother part of that
right.
psychological.
Al's talking about something that's known as kit bashing. All right, where you take action figures and toys and make them into something new for yourself. He
Yeah,
was
but
kit.
still, okay. if you're not happy with the way it is, that speaks volumes right there. Um,
All right, now listen. When I was doing eBay, I would do stuff like I'll tell you one of them. I the action figures, the Star Wars action figures, the little ones are 3 3/4 to 4 inches of height. They all, some of them, a lot of them had lightsabers. You know how popular lightsabers are, but none of the ones they were selling had light up lightsabers. And I was thinking, the way the toy industry is, they have the fucking technology to make lightsabers light up. Why aren't they doing that? And it was kind of lame. So one day I'm sitting there thinking about it, and I took a push up pop. You know those orange push up pops? They're like in a
yes, I
toilet
love
paper bowl.
those.
All right. I took the tip or the handle, the little plastic rod that's in the bottom. I took one of those. I shoved a LED light in the end of it. I sanded it down and tapered it to an end. I put a watch battery and I put it in a Jedi's hand with the wires going up through his robe down to a hidden belt pack on his body. And it lit up and made such a cool little scene that I decided to start selling these. All right. So I listed the first one, it cost me, I think it was literally $3.75 to make that, including the push up pop I got to eat along with it. All right. And I put that first one on eBay with, nice pictures of it lit up in the dark, lit up in the day, showing exactly what I made. And that $3.75 investment sold for, I think it was $79. The first one sold for. All
Good
right.
grief.
And
You
which
were ripping people
still,
off.
well, no, this wasn't a ripoff. The person gave me wonderful reviews. He used it in little, what do they call that, claymation style filmography where they move a figure a little bit and stuff. Anyways, it started that. All right. So I started making those and I'd make custom figures. And then I got into taking vintage toys like the Star Wars vintage Sandcrawler for the Jawas, or the Sonic, what they call the Sonic controlled land speeder. And it actually was remote control. It worked on sound principles. When it heard a click, it would change directions. Well, I took those apart. They were broke anyways when I got them. And then I put modern technology into them. Basically, I put modern remote controlled servos and motors in them, put sound effects in them, put lights in them, and I was selling those for hundreds
That's
of dollars on eBay. All right, so there's a gig to that. People make a lot of money making custom toys, or just even repairing toys. I did a lot of that too.
But he's making mutants, and you understand. So
I
does
do.
that
I
make
totally
him
understand.
sane? But he's making
Well,
mutants, and you understand.
Why is there an
Sorry, because I went to my phone to comment in the chat, but I just said it, so I don't need to. And that was me talking. Ugh, I don't think any of us are sane anyway.
you know what a tinkerer is? I guess that's pretty much. I like to tinker with stuff. I've
Sounds
done that
like
since I was real young. Always had my own shop and
Oh,
gizmos and projects going.
it, but I do understand that. I mean, I'm just playing without. It's. I understand that because in doing crafts and making stuff,
there's like no
it's
need to
like,
go to Hobby Lobby. Mom's got it here.
well, that. But then if I see something on the side of the road, I'd start imagining what I can turn it into, and so I grab it. It's just like this window screen that I have behind me. It's an old window screen, but I had a picture blown up of the beach, put it on there, and then I decorated it with sea glass and seashells and fish netting and I even found a little mini fishing pole with, I think it's got lures on it. Did I put the lures? Yeah, the old wooden lures. And then I got some rope to make a knot like you would on a sailboat or something. And I had to learn how to make the knot to put the knot on it. Yeah.
That's all good stuff. But at this point in my life, I save all that type of stuff for the winter time. When I am sitting here and trying to keep warm, that's when crafts and hobbies and projects come in.
Good to
What's
see.
up, Bill Bob?
Well,
Trucker.
yeah, I'm not sitting there doing it now. I've had it for like years, just like that. It's really time to change the picture because I'm tired of the picture in it. And I'll get tired of the picture in it, and then I find another one and go and have it blown up and add another picture. But everything else around it stays the same.
Well, I know what you're talking about, transferring all your pictures, because I've got a lot of pictures on discs and little drives that I've saved, but I don't have access to that till I get my computer up again. But boy, I've got all the stuff I've made and repaired over the years sewing. I've
Yeah.
got pictures of all those custom toys that I made and sold. I've got pictures of real rare items. Most of my eBay pictures I still have. Yeah, I did. It would be quite a job organizing. I got pictures of, you know, the 150 deer in my backyard, and it's just got a
The
lot of
one
pictures.
the one that upsets me is MySpace. So me thinking that MySpace would be it forever. Um,
I think we all
that's
thought
where I put all of my pictures. I mean, my whole life was in MySpace. The family pictures, the everything. And I have no clue how to get into it to get those pictures.
Hmm.
And there is a backup that I did on a computer around that time. So they may be on it, but I
Well,
haven't
what
checked it.
about going and finding your MySpace yourself without logging into it as yourself and copying all the pictures directly from the site as you visit it?
I might could do that or take pictures of the picture or something, maybe. I don't know.
You may be able to right click, open picture
Yeah,
in new tab, save.
I'll see if I
That
can
kind of,
copy it. Because even my mother's in Facebook, there were some of them that I wasn't able to retrieve for whatever reason. Um, I don't know
well,
if it
because
depends on how.
you have to go to the date that the person posted it. In other words, if you tried to copy something out of your photo albums or something, it may not let you. But when it comes up in your memories, you can click on it and then copy them individually. So if you can get to the spot on your page where you originally posted it, you should be able to click on it and save it as the exact file that you originally uploaded.
Mhm. Oh, that's a good idea. Wolverines. Make a
There,
new.
this is also an option Facebook gives you. You can download all your information and save it. All right. When they give you this option, so if you ever want to kill your Facebook page,
Really?
you can actually, you can download that. And if you download it to a drive, now you can access that drive and all the JPEGs. all the imaging that, or audio files or whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. That's funny, Al. I feel the same way. In fact, I was going through stuff and I just found a roll of film in a case. And I'm like, I wonder if I can still get this developed. I found a roll of film and I also found a disposable camera that was never.
Yeah, I have a couple of those that I either have to just burn them or because I don't know what's on them. They could be flipping anything.
Well, I know I don't have anything like that. So I want to take these into, I think Walmart still does it.
What's up, Madonna?
Hey,
Yeah,
Don.
I just don't. I guess I don't have to worry about it, but there could be ex-girlfriends or something on these cameras. I've had them for decades. There's no telling what's on them. I wish there was a way to find out. you know.
Yeah. There was some things that I saved in my email. Why did I save it? What? What do you mean verify it's me?
Mm.
Are you kidding me? Okay, I can't open my email right now. They want a password and everything.
Hmm.
I don't know what happened
And
there.
maybe you have been hacked.
Well, I hope they're happily hacking. Damn it. There ain't much I can do about it.
Devil dog pepper, I'm so peachy I could bake a pie.
Some pharmacies. Mm, yeah, I think Walgreens does. Or do they
Hmm.
just do the box?
I think Walgreens does it. Or you can drop off.
Yeah, I think Walgreens does too. Mm. Okay, kiss off. I believe you. Happens to her all the time too. Hey, John.
Okay.
She says she's feeling a little better, Donna, but um, and she finally ate something, even though it was canned spaghetti and meatballs. Blech.
It was quick. I didn't have to stand to make it.
Blech. Yeah. Are you still dizzy?
Not like I was.
She's
But
not as dizzy as she was.
I've had this jalapeno dip in the fridge for days, and I have not wanted to touch it. That's how bad I was feeling. I'm getting this much closer.
If it's the flu, and that's another thing. I'm like, okay, is this from the medication she was on, or is this the flu? Because it'd be just my luck. We go and get started on this trip, and then I come down with whatever it is, and oh no, no, no.
I think I kind of got a double whammy with the sinuses with the weather changing, and then the nausea and
You get that new illness that they threw out there.
what they create now.
Who they? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know, but sometime in my teens, I
Wild.
got wasted drunk and went home and ate a giant. Remember the big cans of SpaghettiOs? Just the canned SpaghettiOs. I ate a big can, and all I remember is projectile vomiting
Uh,
drinking all night, and it was like a burning thing in your throat. So it's like this taste.
Whoa.
I can taste it just thinking about it. I can't do SpaghettiOs anymore.
Oh.
Mm.
Just the smell of chili in a can. Oh God, I cannot take it. But I have 4 cans in there in my prep for these kids because they'll eat anything out of a can, obviously. I just can't. When they open it, I can smell it and it's just bleh, bleh.
Or to cook something.
Mm, no, there, there's got to be a better way. I mean, you, that's what you need to do. You need to help me can. I'll cook it. You help me can it.
I don't know how to cook it
We've got friends who know how to can.
anymore.
We can get help.
I know you used to do
Yep.
it a lot when I was.
Merry Christmas, everybody. We need to say that every night.
Merry Christmas, G. Mama Merkel.
It's the 10th. 15 more days.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 2 more to shop for, and then I'm done. No, Huckleberry. That comment's not allowed. Somebody hide
You're a mean one.
it.
You're Grinch. I
I
just
am
seen a
really
couple of videos where I guess it's a trending thing, but they'll get the family all together and all the kids, and they're all sitting in the room together and opening packages, and then you'll see this guy in a Grinch costume sneaking into the backyard, and some of the kids will see him through the windows, and they'll get moved closer to their parents, and the Grinch, acting like the Grinch, sneaking behind things, gets really close to the windows, and then comes into the house. And he runs in and he steals the kids' packages and takes off. And in some of these videos, you've got like 4-year-old kids just bawling, all right, completely falling for the whole thing, crying and weeping, and there's other kids that are just standing there screaming and stuff. It's what a horrible thing to pull on your kids.
I never pulled jokes on the kids. The worst thing I did was got a big box and then put a smaller one and a smaller one and a smaller one, that kind of thing, but not just outright meanness.
What's up, Moonchild? What you getting yourself?
Hey, Moonchild.
Oh, you seen those two, Cheryl? I know, those poor kids. Scarred for life.
Oh my gosh. Why would you not like chili mac? Hmm. Lump of coal for Christmas. Huckleberry. Baloney. You got a big family. Right? Maybe that. Oh my goodness. I start I start early. When I see something that I know that they'll like, I get it.
I used to make a lot of presents, and I would start maybe 6 months ahead of time, and then I used to make shoulder bags or whatever I thought somebody might need. I did a lot of custom presents for people. Of course, I haven't done that recently, but
Mm. Yeah, my chili has beans. I
What's up,
miss
D? I didn't even see her sneak in. Where's she at? There she
maybe
is.
mine is 30 with 50 miles. Yes. Oh, mm, oh,
Yeah,
oh.
temperature's supposed to drop here real soon.
It's starting to drop here. I can tell.
Yeah, we got a freeze warning tonight. And so I finally, we all got all of my plants in. And it took the three of us getting all of my plants in. And now I got trees and stuff all over the place. There's one on my desk over there. I'm like, yeah, maybe I need to find another place for the tree. It needs to go on the other desk by the window, maybe. I don't know. But and my
I like it.
pineapple plants are so humongous. They're like 3 feet in diameter, would you say? At least
Yeah.
3 feet in diameter. So they take up a lot of space. So I'm like trying to figure out where to put my pineapples. Oh,
What's up, Virginia?
hey, Virginia.
Oh, you know she's been here a minute just to type all those names before she comes in.
Yes, chili is supposed to have beans and they have to be ranch style beans.
When I make a pot of chili, I gotta have beans in there. But and I don't like it too runny. So I always add a can or maybe even two, depending on the size, of refried beans along with it. And it helps thicken it up because I put a lot of meat in it, you know.
Yeah,
But if you have a big enough pot of chili, you add some refried beans to it, it'll thicken it right up.
true.
Yeah, chili without beans is hot dog sauce. And it's not chili, that's hot dog sauce.
I don't like mine thick though, like that. I like a little juice with it because it depends on what I'm going to do with it. Because the first pot, when you first make it, is for one thing, and but
A
then
little
whenever
juice is good. A little juice is
yeah,
good, but if you can take you know, a ladle with straining holes in it and lift the chili out and it doesn't stick together and it just all the juice drains right through it and all you got left is beans and chunks of meat. That's I like mine thicker. I like it to stick together some.
you don't like beans with your pasta. Hmm. Do you hear all those sirens?
Yeah.
I swear, it feels like I'm living next to a hospital, and there's not a hospital anywhere near me. But that's the way the sirens are constantly. People,
I think they're homing in on your position.
God, please be with them. Whoever it is, let them be okay. Well, we know it's a head on. Every time we hear that, we know it's a bad wreck. When you hear that many sirens, it's a bad wreck. And we've had so many people killed in this
Or a
county.
fire. It could be a fire. I mean,
Nah,
because around here I hear them a lot.
Those are
Even
house
seeing the
fires.
videos where they're
all,
chasing people and
all they
stuff.
do.
That
Okay, well, this time you're right. It's a house fire, but it's in the next town over. So
oh,
our
this
fire,
time, right.
yeah, this time you're right. But usually it is. It's a bad wreck.
Girl, I'm so right I just do circles.
Hmm. You know you ain't right.
Uh,
Mm.
Oh, it's not Sarah Moss.
All right, Al, we need to get together and cook.
Yep. You can't disturb trilliums. You can't dig up trilliums at all. So it's a good place to hide stuff under.
Did the people get out?
I don't know. I don't even think they know yet.
Well, how'd you find out it's a house fire?
Okay. Number 630.
Number 633.
The boyfriend's on the BFT.
Oh, that's right. Dang it. I hope they got it out. And they're fixing to build one, like, it's about 10, 15 miles north of me,
That's
something like that,
okay. It's not.
that they're going to build a roundabout.
It's not my friend's house, but it could be somebody I know because I know that street name.
Northeast.
I don't know, but this chat conversations make me want to go get me another bowl of bean soup. Mm.
Oh, no. Not brown sugar and chili.
People be putting grape jelly in their chili.
I know when I was in the cook-off down there at the, I could not believe it. I was sitting there making the good old-fashioned with onions, and they wouldn't let us, if you're in a chili cook-off, they won't allow you to put beans, which I think is just wrong, but whatever. And so I'm making spicy hot chili, and I'm watching these guys next to me. It's a whole dang group. I guess they were cook-off pros or something, and they were putting brown sugar. They were putting, I don't know.
The only recipe I've really found with grape jelly in it that I like is they do it with little sausages and they do it with meatballs, but it's a barbecue sauce with grape jelly in it, and they just
Yes,
they
and they
they
were putting in barbecue sauce, and I was like, "You don't put that in chili. What the heck's wrong with y'all?" And they got first place, and I was like, "Ah, what? What the heck? No, steers and clears, no."
Lisa knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, they use a little smoky something, but I've seen it done with meatballs too, and I think I like that better. They just stick a toothpick in the meatball, so it's like a little hors d'oeuvre.
Oh, I don't put it in baked beans either. There you go. Al's got it. Savory. That's me.
Well, it's like there's certain things you put in something like sloppy joes. I always put a spoon of mustard in the sloppy joes, and I can tell when it's not there. All right, I've grown really accustomed to having that little faint taste of mustard in my sloppy
Yes,
joes.
and I do that too. In sloppy joes, it's that little kick. I get that. But yeah, sugar doesn't go in food. Darn it. Not
Well, now I can take a can of baked beans and add a spoon of brown sugar and a
no,
little bit of mustard, and that it does help. It would bring a regular can of beans a little bit up on the scale, but you got to cook it. You
I
mean cook it well? Because if you just put that stuff into it and don't cook it into it, then it's not as good. And if you put too much brown sugar in beans, it screws it up. All right, and it's
yeah,
too they're too sweet.
no. See, baked
I'm not
beans.
talking about chili. I'm talking about
I
baked
know
beans.
my baked beans has mustard, ketchup, Worcestershire. I put everything in it. And then I top it with sliced tomatoes and onions. and then bake it. And those tomatoes and onions make it. And
I'd probably like that too.
just brown sugar and what in your baked beans? Mustard. Brown sugar and mustard.
Brown sugar, a little tiny bit of brown sugar, a little
Yeah.
bit of mustard, and then probably a whole lot of onions, already sauteed onions. Sauteed, drained onions.
I don't put any sugar in my sloppy joes either.
No,
Yeah.
just mustard. Just mustard onions.
Hear that? Another siren. So we've got 50 trucks going to the other town. No, no, no. Not even a pinch. No, no. My brown sugar is for chocolate chip cookies or um, it, bacon cookies, or what else do I use the brown sugar for? Um, what else do I use it for? Oh, making the pineapple upside down cake because it's got to have the crunchy, the coffee cake. It's for sweets. It's not for food.
Well, that's the thing too. I was just thinking is where I see people screw up cooking something. It's like even canned sloppy Joe stuff. I don't usually get the Manwich brand. I like the off brands. But when
No,
they
man, which has
make
sugar.
well, what I'm saying is when they make a skillet of sloppy joes, a lot of people don't cook it down. They cook the meat. They might drain the grease away. They might not. But when they add the sauce, they just mix it up, add the sauce, and then start serving it. If you were to let that cook for another 10 minutes and boil down a little bit, it's way different. It's way better. In fact, if you did that like in a cast iron
Yes.
skillet, and you really like seared it in its last moments, it's even better. That's where you got to cook stuff in, folks. You can't just throw it all in a pan and serve it. You got to let it cook and simmer.
And okay, so where did I see that? Yams. If I make candied yams, then it's got brown sugar. But
That's good.
I don't.
My
I can't stand sweet potatoes, so and they can't stand me, so I don't even know how it tastes.
I love them, but I keep catching them on fire.
Yeah, my daughter. I think I went live that night, didn't I? That was like one of my. That was like a month after I started doing lives. We had Thanksgiving.
I made them just fine for years, and then suddenly every year they keep catching on fire.
No, I started in August, but it's so Thanksgiving. I went live and I was carrying the computer around, showing my whole family, the kids playing chess on the floor and the grandkids. And
Muir, are you singing the Rolling Stones? Is that what you're doing?
everyone was cooking the food, and there's the candied yams with burnt marshmallows on the top. She might have tried to start a fire with the candied yams.
Those are great, man. My mom used to make candied yams, and that was one of those dishes I look forward to at the holidays.
Mm, mustard potato salad.
That's good stuff, Al. But I like the Amish potato salad. I like mustard potato salad. I like Grandma's old potato salad. There's a bunch of potato salad recipes out there, but some people fuck that up. All right, there are people Don't know how to. Not everybody knows how to do potato salad.
No, mine's asked for, so I guess it's pretty good. I know it is because I make it like my grandmother did.
What's that? Potato
Potato
salad.
salad.
And I need to make some and take some to Grandma.
Yes.
Navy, I don't understand it. I can eat maybe 6 boiled eggs. Why can I eat 60 deviled eggs? All right, that's the math doesn't add up.
I'm getting hungry. Thanks. Sorry, I just ate, so it doesn't bother me to talk about
This is
food.
every night.
I know we always get into food, so we like to eat, and we know what's good. But it's so funny the way different people cook
Mm-hmm.
different stuff. Yeah, Al, what you said.
Can you imagine if just everybody here was able to meet up at one table and everybody bring a dish? Can you imagine what that table would look like?
Oh, I know. It'd be amazing.
Especially with some people like you, Bonnie. I know you'd bring 4 dishes instead of just one. You know, I mean,
Gotta take enough to feed the family.
Should do that. That's what we used to do at the bar when we do our potlucks for the holidays.
Yeah.
Just bring whatever you miss having.
Okay, Wolverines has never had potato salad or deviled eggs. We've got to kidnap him and feed
Wolverine's
that
got to come down.
boy.
Steve,
You leave your wing in the
Ooh,
hot
John's
one.
bringing goulash. Yummy. Yeah, I love potluck.
The wild game dinner. We
You
had
know,
wasn't
and
so
that's people used to kind of give me looks, but single mother. So the bar every year would have a Thanksgiving dinner, but they would have it like it was a lunch. It was like at 2 p.m. No, it was earlier than that when Larry had it.
Mhm.
2 p.m. And everybody would bring a side. And so I would take my kids because that was our Thanksgiving meal. Because my mom was usually on a trip. Every holiday she would go on a trip. So we were on our own. And excuse me. But it was because I was taking them to a bar. But at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's a whole different thing. It's like there were families there. It it wasn't bar time. It was family time.
Everybody in the town.
But even the bar at night, so many people took their kids. It isn't even funny. Even the owners had a playpen set up with their kids in it. When I first started going there, and I was like, okay, that I haven't ever seen before. But where I grew up in the country, at the dance hall, it it wasn't unusual to see beer in a baby bottle to help them get to sleep so the parents could go and dance. I never did that with my kids, but that's that's country life, I guess. I don't know.
There goes the River Palace.
Huh?
Oh, not the beer in the baby bottle.
No. Y'all are too much.
I found things when I was a kid. Right? If I found a bottle of something when I was a kid, I'd probably sneak something out of it. You know, I was pretty bad about that. I remember working for a farmer that I found he had blackberry brandy and old Milwaukee beer filled in those big 55-gallon cardboard grain canisters. He had canisters full of that stuff. And yeah, I snuck some of that out of there. When when I was a kid, I'd get into it, boy. I remember my mom would make all kinds of breads, but she made beer bread. And I found her stash of bread or beer, and I drank all the beer, and then I put water in it and put the caps back on. And sometime later, she was making beer bread, and it was like, hey, have some bread, and it was horrible. All right, because she used that water instead of beer.
Because you drank it all.
Because I drank it all and replaced it with water. I was bad about that stuff when I was young.
Serves you right. Yes, Echo. And I knew that with Wisconsin because my stepfather grew up there and they grew up in the bars.
What's up, Boo? Yeah, I told you about the angel food cakes before. If I that's too damn stinky.
I'll never forget my kids when you first open a can of Crisco and it's all white and creamy looking and they would see me using it to cook. So I guess they thought it would taste good and they got a big old spoonful and took a bite.
You ever try to eat a spoon of cinnamon?
No, because that'll kill you.
It usually makes somebody cough cinnamon all over the room. But we used to
That
trick
was
people.
a TikTok challenge and there was some bad things happened from it.
The one mistake I made is I used to freeze Coca-Cola. I used to freeze pops. And sometimes I would put it in a bag, a Ziploc, and put it in the freezer and let it freeze. And I would take it out, crush it up, put it in a glass, and it'd be like a slush pop. And I got one of those bags out of the freezer and crushed it all up. And boy, it just didn't taste right. There was something really wrong with that. And
Hey,
took me a
William.
minute to realize that I was eating frozen grease. My mom did the same thing with in Ziploc bags because frozen grease and frozen Coke look a lot alike. Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, I have a jar of bacon drippings in the refrigerator and I'm just waiting for them to. Usually, if it's in a jar like that they won't touch it.
So I
But
still have this cup, Bonnie. It's like a little Tupperware mug with a handle for drinking stuff in, but it has
Mark,
liquid inside the walls. All right, it's a hollow
I will.
plastic nylon cup with liquid inside. And how the reason I have this is it was left to me when a family member passed away. But when I'd go down to Texas in that heat as a kid, there was these neighbors that lived houses down from my grandfather's that
Mhm.
they would take these cups and they would fill them all up with Coke. You put the cup in the freezer, freeze the cup, and when you poured soda pop in the cup, it would turn it to slushies. All right,
Yeah.
and it still works. I still have one, but that was a big deal to me, man. That was like magic. I loved them things, and I remember going down there and visiting. I don't even know who the people are now, but I remember visiting their house just to get me one of those slushies a lot.
Yeah. One of my, um, I don't know if he was an uncle, great uncle, cousin, something to my grandmother. And he had a black cow stand. And we would go and he'd give us these little tiny, they were about 2-inch tall glass mug of ice cream and root beer. Black cow. That's
I
what we
like
call
a Boston Cooler. They do that with Verner's Pop and vanilla ice cream. They do it at all the A&Ws, but you can
Yes.
get something called a Boston Cooler, and that's the flavor I really
Mm. We still have those Mexican Cokes in the glass bottles. You go
You
to the
can get
Mexican
those
restaurants,
with the
order
real
Mexican.
cane sugar. Those got real cane sugar in them, and I can get them here. But now I'm seeing little glass bottle Cokes and stuff. Everything on them is Arabic. I can't read a word on it.
Oh no. If I start seeing Arabic written around, then y'all are gonna know. Okay, it's the end of the world as we know
I feel fine.
it.
What you talking pillow talk, girl? We ain't got into that yet.
Wait, what?
I think it was Kiss Off. Chat moved. I gotta
His
scroll
stop's
back.
always talking pillow talk. What do you
Hmm.
mean? I have a Clyde, Miss Man, right here beside me.
Right turn, Clyde.
Yep. Okay, Wolverines, what do you eat? I gotta ask.
Well, if you eat cow, technically you're eating salad because that's what they eat.
Hey, Wild Country, good to see you. Meat. Okay, good.
What's up, Wild Country?
Happy days. Good to see you.
Sunday, Monday, happy day.
Yes, kiss off is always Randy. She's a mess. Get some green on my plate. I'm gonna buy a green plate. Stinky, good to see you.
What's up, William?
What'd you say? What's up? What?
I said hello to William. Ain't seen him in a minute.
Oh, he's been here for a bit.
Doesn't mean I get to see it. Sometimes look at this chat, I miss a lot.
Yeah, I am
Forget who it
hanging
was.
in there.
Somebody was asking if I'd seen William. Seems like a couple weeks ago somebody was asking me because there's William Tyre and then there's William Grammer.
The apple pop is better than the Coke.
I might try like a flavored specialty pop in the glass bottles, but I like burners. I don't really buy any other stuff. I'm happy with the burners.
Uh-oh, Huckleberry squirrels got loose. That,
I
that
bought
could be
one of
a
those
bad
glass.
thing.
I bought one of them glass bottles of pop a few months back downtown, and I got it because it was a pineapple one, and I haven't seen a pineapple pop in a long time. And I didn't look at the receipt, but that thing was like $7 for a glass bottle of pop.
Okay, explain, please. What? You want it slushy cold. Manzanita soul at your bodega, Bonnie? Hmm. I'm going to trust you, G-Mom. Whatever that is. Okay.
Al,
So
in
weird.
reality, Burner's Pop in Michigan is like medicine. People consider it medicine. You can heat it up and drink it like a tea. But whenever somebody, a Michigander, or as they call them, gets sick, that's usually what they go to is the Burner's Pop. I've just always liked the taste of it.
Oh, your Mexican store is a bodega. Okay. Kiss up, you must be really getting bad. Seeing a lot of. I don't know what happened. I can't find it.
Night, Benjamin.
Night, Benjamin. Thank you for being here, and you take care. Hope you're feeling better. Apple pop. Okay, got it.
I think I have had Rima. I think I found some of that. Of all places, there was a hardware store I was getting those glass bottles of pop from. They're pretty good. They had cherry pop, of course they had grape and orange and stuff, but I had the apple, I'm pretty sure.
I don't.
The thing is with those bunnies, look at the ingredients. They're basic ingredients. It's not a bunch of chemicals like they put in all the pop they sell around here.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I ever drank sodas is, um, well, for the longest time, it was Fresca's because, um, I was hypoglycemic. But then when I started being able to have sugar again, it was A&W root beer. And then I found Sprite, and I was like, oh, I love the lemon lime. And I think that's why I like the margaritas so much too. It's the, the lemon lime mixture is my thing.
Gosh, I haven't had sarsaparilla in forever, Wayne.
I
You
don't
brought
know if I've ever had sarsaparilla.
Really? Because that's where I used to get it was down out west and down south. That's where I'd see that. Well, I really never have seen it in Michigan. That would be a specialty buy if you found that here.
Yeah, I've never. Um,
I like squirrel. I like grapefruits. I used to eat grapefruits a lot.
I did too. I can't eat it with the medication that I take for some reason or other. I don't know what it is. I kind of like orange. Every so often, orange flavory. Mm,
Yeah, I eat a whole bag of oranges in no time flat. I I was at a point there where I was drinking a half gallon of orange juice a day. I mean, I can drink that stuff like water. The
gotcha.
good stuff, not cheap. I don't like cheap orange juice. I gotta have organic now because that's what it tastes like, real oranges.
There's another one.
Tangerine. When I think of sarsaparilla, I think of the old, West because I think they used to serve it to kids in the old, saloons and stuff. I think that's where sarsaparilla started before the
And
soda.
I don't know. Um, There was something I was thinking, like cranberry juice. Mm. Mm. I like pineapple juice. Pineapple juice is good for your lungs. Real pineapple juice. Not.
Yeah, I'm down for that too. Juices, I like juice. I just finished off a jug of cranberry. I feel like
Love
I've got to.
to love is get caught in the rain. I
Yeah,
don't know why that reminded me of that.
I'm not likely to get scurvy anytime soon because I do drink a lot of juice and eat fruit.
That's good. I don't. I take vitamin C. It's got orange in it. Mm, yeah, I love pineapples. That's why I'm trying to grow them. I love pineapples on the ham, baked with the cherry. Oh, I like cherries too.
I even smoked out of a pineapple that was turned into a bomb.
No way. Yep, tang.
A wang dang, a sweet orange tang.
My mother used to buy those. Is it cappuccinos? No, it starts with a V, but cappuccino is one of the flavors. They're tin cans and it's all different flavors. Oh my gosh, can't remember it. And that was our treat at night. Either that or a tomato or a avocado. Um, yeah. Once in a blue moon, she'd make a coffee cake.
What's up on Jack and Shirt?
Don't eat meat. What? Do I want to go back and look?
Back when Fresca, Tab, and Orange Tang were popular drinks. Probably a lot of people here remember those eras. That was all in the 70s. Remember when
International
Tab,
Delight. That's what it was. Do that.
remember Tab soda pop?
Yes, but I didn't like Tab, and so
Me neither.
I couldn't have the caffeine.
I couldn't
Caffeine.
stand. I didn't like Fresca either.
Well, I didn't either, but it was better than nothing. Back then, they didn't serve bottled water like they do now, right?
Uh, they did. It came in. They had sparkling water. They had bottles of water that were like foreign water. They had that kind of stuff, but it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. I mean, nowadays they got a whole cooler for water.
No. All I remember is you could either get beer or setups for your liquor. That was it.
Oh, I could never stand it either, Gmo. Anything where they used to put saccharin in diet soda pops, and it just gave it an aftertaste that I never could handle. No diet pop for me either.
John, that's the way I am with orange juice. The
Hey,
oranges
Lily.
don't bother me, but the orange juice is because the screwdrivers.
What's up, Lily J?
Hey,
You
Lily.
know, one product I do miss is banana pudding pop. I don't know why they quit making those. They should have kept making those. Those were good.
Man named Long Way Born Greek. Hmm.
Hey, Virginia, guess what finger I'm holding up?
Virginia, the link's at the top if you want to come up and find out. Banana pudding ice cream. That's what my son-in-law loves. He'll get that at Dairy Queen too. The banana pudding ice cream, something that they make there too.
Steph knows how to make banana pudding pop.
I see that. Vodka, milk, magnesia, Phillips screwdriver.
Isn't that our greeting, Virginia? Isn't that really, does that become our greeting? Because that's what I was thinking it was. There used to be a whole bunch of those. You could hold up three fingers and say, hey, could you read between the lines? There was a bunch of ways you could. Uh-oh. What Moose say is making her throw up.
I'm not even gonna look. I've learned don't scroll up. If I'm
Vodka and milk of magnesia equals Phillips screwdriver.
yeah, I saw that. I read that. We
Yeah.
used to when I worked at the one restaurant with the lounge. There was this man that he came in there all the time, scotch and water, and then I didn't see him for a long time, and then he started coming back in, and he whispered to me, "Can you make it scotch and milk?" And I was like, "Why are you whispering it?" And he said, "Because it's embarrassing. He had an ulcer, and so he couldn't." And they told him quit the scotch, and he just started adding milk to it. I'm like, okay, that's healthy.
Pepto Bismol is one of the nastiest substances on earth. There's just no way I could ingest that. It's going to make whatever ails me way worse if I try that.
It is. Yeah. And so is, but the ones that kind of work are, um, oh, well, never mind. Yeah.
The color's not all that pleasing either. You remember they used to make like bathroom pictures and stuff? It'd be the exact color as Pepto Bismol. That's a
Yeah.
nasty color.
That's not even a pink I like. It's, no. Oh, if you chill it, it's better.
It reminds me of that pink slime they add to McDonald's hamburgers.
Ooh, that sounds good, Virginia. I've been wanting to make a pot roast. If I can get to the store tomorrow, I think I'm going to get one.
I make a mean omelet, girls. I'm telling you, I can do them real good. Usually make them the size of a 10-inch skillet, fold them in half, and serve them that way. Cheese and meats and onions, whatever they like. I can do them good. Browned, sprinkle. If you fold your omelet and then sprinkle a little bit of shredded cheese on the outside of it and fry
Mm-hmm.
both sides of it, it gets all kind of crunchy on the outside. Brown
Yes.
cheese.
Yep. Same Al. Oh, well, I don't even do Alka-Seltzer. You're not staying for breakfast.
Yeah, Grandma Merkel likes to whisper sweet nothings in your ear, like, get out, go home.
I'm done with you. Yeah, y'all would make a good team.
I was never a team player, Bonnie. Really was. This is probably the most teamwork I've ever been involved in right here in this community.
Sounds like you're
I
kind of
know you
missing
do.
something
I know you do, G-Ma. I love you right back.
there.
Oh yeah, Moose. Try even burger. You can even put taco seasoning burger in your omelets and make it kind of like a taco omelet. That's good too.
Oh, it's salsa. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Hot sauce. Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking. I'll cover that thing with hot sauce.
I'm
Yep.
down for that, Echo. I can even do sunny side up eggs perfectly, which is usually people always mess that up. Yeah, what the heck is a leftover steak, anyways, Boo? What is
I always have leftover steak. The woman asked me
that?
to spend the night. It would depend on what's for breakfast. John.
If I had to make breakfast for everybody here, it's going to be breakfast burritos, with sausage,
Mm,
potatoes, cheese, and egg.
yep.
And then I don't just wrap the burritos like most people do. I fry the burrito after it's wrapped too.
Yes. Poor Wayne.
You can, at least back in the day, you could feed a whole troop on breakfast burritos at a pretty decent price. You know,
Over medium. It depends on my mood. I really like over easy with buttered toast, and you use the toast to sop up the yolk, and so good. But then sometimes I like it with the yolk more cooked. It just depends on the mood.
the best way to have eggs, really, though, is in a cake. But I can eat eggs all different ways.
And maybe that I'll settle with that. Mm. SOS is awesome.
Shit on the shingles, man. That's some good stuff. Uh, the traditional form of that I remember that I really like is using chipped beef. Where you got little squares of beef with the gravy.
Hmm.
Put People do it with all different ways, but I really prefer the chipped beef shit on the shingles.
I do it. Whatever meat I have. It can be hamburger meat. It can be sausage. It's whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it's still edible.
Yep. Chicken fried steak. Oh yeah.
The only sausage I don't like is sage sausage. I don't like sage in my sausage at all. That ruins everything for
Hey
me.
Virginia.
Hey, so
What's
if you
up,
get a
Virginia?
sage sausage, you hook it up with the grating. You're like no.
I'm
think you
probably
missed
gonna
the
use it
greeting.
for bait. Stuff I can eat like that, I'll use it for bait. Catch something else.
Oh, you're right. Unshackled.
Yep.
10, 11 here, but yeah, still a lot of ones.
It's 12:11 here.
It's 111 right now on 111/11/24.
You
Yeah.
almost
111.
till you added Coors Light and liquid smoke. Oh, turkey bacon. Yes, I have.
It's
Beef
not bad.
bacon. Beef
Turkey.
bacon's good too.
Now, the beef bacon, what do they make that out of? I've heard of it, but I don't think I've had it. It's not the belly, right? Like, what do they make it out of?
I'm not sure what part of the cow it is. I just every time I go to the processing plant that my son has, I buy some, and
So,
it's
does it look like bacon?
yeah,
Huh.
yeah, it's
Is there
cut like
is
bacon.
there is there cloning involved? I mean, is there like some weird bestiality going on between the two species?
Not
I've never even.
not at his processing plant. No, they use every part of the cow for something, and it's. I'm telling you, the sirloins and T-bones taste amazing, and they are so tender. It's nothing compared to what you get at the store. And my
Hmm.
butcher's pretty good at the store, but it's super fresh at the processing plant. They're butchering it right there. It's all done within a day.
Right.
Put in the freezer, and you can't get anything fresher.
Oh, I bet it's so good.
It is.
They had you at meat, didn't they, Virginia?
Yeah, kind of. Like I really did just pick apart my pot roast. I know it's not exactly a steak omelet, but it's very similar. It was a classic pot roast in the crock pot. Man, you make an omelet with that. I wish I had mushrooms. That would put it over the top, but so good. So good.
Ribeye.
The best breakfast though is honestly when someone else makes it for you. Even if it's not your favorite breakfast. It's
Yes.
just not because breakfast is kind of a pain and you never really want to do. I eat breakfast for dinner more than I eat, like breakfast.
As an elderly male, I'm gonna tell you, all of you guys in chat that always telling girls to make you sandwiches. Go get me a sandwich. Go make me a
Mm.
sandwich. I've had great rewards for bringing a gal breakfast in bed, omelets, whatever it is, or making them a sandwich and delivering it to her with a smile in bed or at her comfort level. There's more rewards involved in that than there is going, hey, go make me a sandwich. I,
They're
adjust your
really it's
tactics
an
a little.
investment. I mean, a nice cup of coffee and like I'm a sucker for a croissant or a really good pastry. It doesn't even have to be complicated. It's really the thought. It really is.
What's up,
Yes.
Yankee?
And that's the thing. I don't mind making sandwiches if it's my idea, if it's me wanting to do that because you mean something. So it's when you're told, go do this, then it's like, hold up, you're going to have that
Mhm.
sandwich upside your head.
Right. Agreed.
And I'm pretty sure that that's the effect they were looking for. Some of them, they want to invoke that anger in a gal. I don't know. Maybe they just like it rough.
I think it's a funny joke. I do. I get it. I think it's funny. I think, go make me a sandwich is funny. I think, the little colloquialisms that we have around here, I think it's funny because you're right, Bonnie. It's just going to get thrown at the side of their head. You go ahead and try and ask me to put Miracle Whip on it, and you're going to get it up the rear. Like, it's
Don't even know. It's go make me a sandwich. And no, you're telling me to do
yeah.
it. And if I want to do it, it's out of the kindness of my heart, not because I've been ordered to.
Yep, agreed. Well, when I saw your show title, Hero, I thought of a sandwich right away because a hero is like a hoagie or a. I
Yes.
really did. It's like, oh, she's got something on sandwiches. I'm not sure why it's the title Hero tonight.
Virginia, that statement says a whole lot about this world.
What?
When a girl hears the word hero and thinks of a sandwich, that says a
Yeah,
whole lot about it.
absolutely.
So that's Bill Miller's used to have a hobo that was a hoagie bun with barbecue and all kinds of goodness. The pepper, the not peppers, but the onions and pickles mm. and
Yeah. Oh,
and they were cheap. When I worked in Austin, I could go to Bill Miller's and get a lunch and a drink, and it was like $3 and something.
Yankee, where are
$3.
you? Are you in the woods? What are you doing? You running from bears?
Is Yankee running from bears?
He says, big bear, chase me.
or
I'm scared
he's
to ask.
or he's wanting the big bear to chase him. I don't know.
It didn't even happen unless there's video, Yankee, right?
Right.
Well, this hero is by Enrique Iglesias. I can't,
Okay, word.
I can't remember the rest. Something like that.
Oh, was that? Oh, I think I do know what he's talking about with John Candy.
Oh, the movie with John Candy and
Yeah.
Dan Aykroyd. Isn't that what it was?
In the great outdoors.
Yep.
That's what she said. What?
Timer. Well, did you beat Hero today? Like the title being Hero, was someone a hero in your life today? Because I missed
No,
the beginning of the show.
I came on live because a weird happening happened to me today, and I was like, okay, I need somebody who knows what do I do now, because I was talking to my daughter on the phone, and we were just talking about world events and stuff that's happening all over the place, stuff going around, that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden it said, this call is being recorded. this man's voice. And I was like, what the heck was that? And my daughter's like, what? And I said, you didn't hear it? And she said, no. And I said, we're being recorded. And I was like, why? And I said, I guess we can't talk about world events. And so we started talking about my daughter, and it said, this recording has ended. And then we were talking still, and then I asked her if she had seen the video with the DRONE that that was over the man's house, and he SHOT it, and I didn't spell it out then. And then all of a sudden, there's that voice again. This call is now being recorded. And I was like, what is going on here? This has never happened before. And so
I was
that,
just hoping this was all about Captain America. I just feel like
well, I'm sorry, it wasn't as exciting as that, but it kind of freaked me out, really.
So were you just talking in the room and the phone was on the side, or were you on the phone and heard it?
No, I was on the phone with my other daughter that's married.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
oh wow, Echo, good score. I told you some of those things, man.
Oh, Echo, that's amazing.
And whoever said that was that somebody said that was they had it almost right. They said Jeremiah Johnson is a good movie. Oh, Steph, no, Jeremiah Johnson is a great movie. That's my favorite movie.
That must be a joke, because I have no clue what blue waffles are, and I don't want to know Huckleberry. Never mind.
Yeah, warning, warning, Will Robinson. That's one of those terms you never look up on a site called Urban Dictionary. That's what it'll take you there. Don't go there. Just don't go there.
I'm not Googling it. I'm not, nope, nothing. Everybody's like, don't. I learned a long time ago with Huckleberry, don't Google nothing. Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird, Eimer. Are you sure it was them? Like, did they text you like, hey?
No, in this chat, there's at least 3 people looking it up right now.
I don't know. They all seem to know what it is. They're all telling me, don't do it.
Yeah. Somebody's night just got ruined, for sure.
Oh my goodness. And Lauren, 87.8. Here we go.
Hey, the deal for real. Echo, it's no. Yeah.
You guys are just asking for more. You're a glutton for punishment here. You could have moved on to a different, subject, but no, it's gonna.
Wait. Okay, never mind. La 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 la. Yes. I'm not reading chat no more.
Yeah. We're just trying to preserve what's left of innocent Bonnie. All right, we don't want to completely wipe out the whole, halo.
Yeah.
Me too, Cheryl. Stuff I never even wanted to know.
Y'all, Huckleberry.
Oh, Gooseman, that makes sense. Interesting.
Phone's call recording app. Okay, well, who's the other person on the other end? Like, friend or foe? Is it, I would say foe. Why would they even want to record it? Mm,
I think he's saying the person you were talking to would have a recording app and maybe pressed it on accident or clicked on it.
oh,
And unless I'm mistaking what he's saying. Yeah, whoever you were talking to. Yep.
Reminds me of that meme where it says, it shows a text going, I'm not sure, but I think I feel like I'm being watched. And then the next comment down there is from the CIA going, you know, everything's all right or whatever it was. It's just like, yeah, we are. We're on a public platform all the time. Your phone, you use your phone, your devices are all linked. If they want to watch us, all they got to do is turn on a button. I'm sure of it.
hey, Hood Billy. Well, I know my daughter would not record me. And she was
No, I
kind
was
of
talking
freaked
about
out.
the government. I was
Well, I
thinking of the
know,
government, like underground giant warehouses filled with
yes.
servers. That everything you've ever deleted is really still there on server.
Yeah. Yes. And we thought about that song. My daughter and I were like, she was talking about stalkers.
It
And
always feels like somebody's watching me. I have no
yeah,
privacy. Oh, whoa.
the movie The Big Hit, Need a Trace of, Need a Trace, Buster, 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 A Social Dilemma.
Hmm.
Billy's like a hero. He's got Superman's heat vision. He's laser engraving some photos right now.
I know. That's cool. But
I knew I'd find out if you were still here, Kiss Off.
A Social Dilemma. I gotta write that down. Where'd my notebook go? I'm half packed. I got the car half packed. I was like all ready to go. And my daughter's still sick, and I'm like, we're not going. Cancel the trip. Just cancel it because now the days would be cut short, and I, I, I want to enjoy it. Darn it! I don't want to just get there in 2 days and then leave. I want to see everything. I guess I could just sit on the beach for 2 days. What the heck?
There you go.
I stole my pen. Seriously.
Yeah. Cheryl, everything's in the cloud.
Yes. You know, if you save things to your computer, like it automatically goes to OneDrive. OneDrive sucks. And for whatever reason, now OneDrive's telling me I can't get into the OneDrive. And that's where I have my bookkeeping folders. So I was pretty pissed about that. I'm still trying to figure that out, but I'll get there. Okay.
I got it, Yankee. I got it.
Social.
Yankee, I see you. Yeah. You never know when you'll land in Shit Creek, Al Bundy. It's kind of the thing about it, like all the people in North Carolina that probably were stacked and stocked and ready to go and just got washed away. You just never know. You really don't. Well, that's crazy, Bonnie. I can't imagine what that was.
I'm sorry. I just was going through chat now. Yeah, it was a little freaky. I was
Hmm.
expecting to see black SUV or something outside.
They're usually white vans, unmarked. Maybe a fake plumbing logo on the side of it or something.
Right. Well, there was a couple of white trucks. I guess around here they'd use a truck to fit in. Because we really noticed those odd looking vehicles.
The SUVs is when you're already really screwed, Gmo. That's when they're coming to get you.
Oh, that's what I thought was going to happen.
If it's still the white vans, you're still under surveillance at least.
But it's not like I was saying I was going to do anything or anything. It was just, you tell your kids things to look out for, stuff, and don't do it on your phone, I guess.
You could have been caught in a net for someone else too. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it might not have anything to do with you per se, just kind of
Oh,
cross.
it's winning all. Mm. I'm joking.
Well, I don't imagine you don't have anything to hide. I mean, like, or that you do have anything to hide. Sorry. Like, I
No.
mean, and I think that's kind of the thing with any of that stuff, technology, phones, computers, whatever. It's all so vulnerable to the right person. But honestly, like, if there's nothing to worry about, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
If I had anything to hide, I really don't think I'd be on this platform telling my life story and all that shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, John, for sure. Certain words. But it would just be that's a hot topic right now, too. You know, uh, seen
yeah.
quite a few people talking about it. So maybe it's the hot word of the week.
And yeah, because that's just it. It could have been any word because of everything that's going on right now. You know, we've got, and
Yep.
we've talked about it here though. So,
That's absolutely right on Shackled Spirit. Everybody's got something to hide except for me and my monkey.
Dang, kiss off.
here we go, fighting over the thermostat. This child cannot get it through her head that, oh my goodness, the inside temperature is the same summer or winter. It's the inside temperature. Mm.
Cheryl, that would be the scariest freaking thing ever, for real. That would be way scarier to me than, you
Yes.
know, weird message, like just a, you're being recorded. You never know what that might have been, but someone being like, "Hey, your roast beef omelet looks awesome." That would be freaky.
Yes.
A leopard blanket is really specific. Like, oh,
True.
I mean, somebody could always say, I know you're wearing camouflage to me, and they'd be right like 364 days out of the year.
that's hilarious. I'm gonna text you sometime at 4 in the morning. You look great. Gosh.
Yep, there you go, Cheryl. I've heard a lot of people putting tape on their cameras, on their phone, front and back, because you have the little one on the front for when you flip the camera to you,
Hmm.
and then the one on the back. But the one on the back of mine, I bought a phone case that has a sliding door, so you have to slide it open if you're going to take a picture.
See, Indy pays attention. She knows.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
This
Mhm. Yep, that's not a can.
Everybody's birthday should be spent naked as the day you came into this world.
Man, I could never be a nudist. Y'all know there's people that do, they they get home, strip down naked, and that's how they chill around the house. Like, I don't get all the cornholing. I don't get how just the body dander, the oh, it's just so gross. All the extra
You
curly
have
hair.
never spent a day naked in the wild, Virginia. You never just like walked around a camp all day long at your camp, completely naked in the sun. You never done that?
No,
You're missing out.
no. It's too cold.
No, I'm talking in the summertime, the middle of
It's
nowhere. You know it's only you. All right, just
no,
you and
no.
huh.
I swear I never would. I don't want to accidentally catch sight of all that. No. What's a bra, Indy? I never wear a bra, but I'm talking just walking around. Can't do it.
no, I have too many people roaming in and out of my house.
I'm talking about in the middle of nowhere. You're by yourself, and you can hear somebody coming a mile away. All right, you're completely at ease of being alone. If you don't wear clothes, you don't get them dirty. You can save laundry like that.
No, I have to throw on something. I have these, what do they call them? Are they caftans? One of those, or just a gown, just a t-shirt gown, whatever. Something. There's going to be something.
Yeah.
But you've never even sunned nude.
No,
Maybe like once. That's a possibility. I did live on islands for a long time, but I was a teenager, so I wouldn't have been walking around naked. But a sunbathe, that's a possibility, maybe at some point. But
and
I've been nude on beaches too. I mean, if you're just the only ones there, you and your gal or whatever,
no, no.
there's something freeing about it. You know what I mean? There's like a sense of
I'm a lights off person. No, not no, no.
I am too. Yeah, myself. For sure. Oh, Eimer knows butthole sunning is a thing. It has a lot of health benefits, allegedly.
so is night vision.
No, no, no.
Did she say butthole sunning?
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess that would be the starfish sun. Maybe
Yes,
that.
it's it's a real trend, and they have a whole list of benefits they swear by.
And my daughter's sitting here, no, because she knows everything. All of y'all know somehow. Y'all been watching some bad stuff.
I don't learn from TV.
Well, I don't know where you're learning it from, but you need to stay away from those people. Anyway,
I wouldn't believe I'm 41.
there's been things that have been said to me, and I'll ask her, "What is this?" And her and my other daughter just bust out laughing because even the younger one knows, and I'm like, "This is just wrong. It's just wrong, wrong." Okay, when she goes to sleep, we have to put the. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of the thermostat tonight. Okay.
Okay.
She thinks just because it's freezing outside, it's gonna freeze in here. She's not getting it.
I know.
Okay.
Sorry,
y'all.
Now, skinny dipping, I've done that. Skinny dipping is totally acceptable.
I can't even count how many times I've done that. I mean,
Yeah.
I've gone chunk of dunkin' plenty of time.
I've only done it in bra and panties. Not all the way. No.
That's not skinny dipping. That's not skinny dipping. You say
I
you haven't
know.
done it.
I know. Well, it really messed up my back, so that's something I'm gonna try again anyway.
How'd you mess up your back skinny dipping?
I slid off the jam.
Oh.
And it was
And I've always been a lights on kind of guy. All right.
20-foot drop. Mm. Feels like how it should be. Maybe, but not to me. We got snakes and stuff. Yeah. No.
I will say this much: guys
Those
should
wolves
never
that
jump
nibble
off.
on you.
Minnows?
I don't know about you girls, but a guy should never jump off a high dive naked. All right, that is not a good idea.
Not legs first.
It doesn't matter which way you're going in. It don't.
That hurts when you dive and hit a flop. It's like hitting concrete.
11 years old. Streaking.
Open up your window so you don't have to be home. How'd you get to my window? Thank you. I'm gonna freeze to death.
Here you go. Insert foot.
I'm sleeping in your car.
Well, since you've been sleeping for 3 days, we could be driving at night, no traffic.
All right, let's go.
Really?
I'm packing right now. I can drive for 3 days now.
If I fall asleep 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gma, that's true. I had a branch of my family that were nudists, straight up. They would answer the door naked. It didn't matter who it was.
I've seen that, Virginia. I witnessed that firsthand. I dated this gal like 5 years, until I was like 20, and her family was like that. I seen their whole family naked. It was like no big deal. they'd walk through the house, out of the shower completely naked. I seen, her parents, her brother, and her, all of them just they walk around that house naked all the time, and it was like I never did that. All right, my sisters, my mom, nobody ever saw me naked after a certain age. That was
No,
over.
no.
It was a weird thing, that I kind of, I guess I just got used to it, but yeah,
Yep.
people like that. There are people like that.
There's whole colonies.
No. My sister-in-law pulled that. I had 2 sons, and she come out and just her underclothes, I think, or something maybe. And I was like, nope, go right back in that room and put something on.
Hmm.
And she looked at me and I said, we don't do that. That's, no, not in front of the kids. It's just, no.
Grandma and Grandpa didn't have any qualms about it.
I know. I know. Wonder if it's a German. Well, there you go. Europe.
Maybe. Maybe so.
And they're super
Europeans
Catholic.
just think, want it.
Has she had her dinner?
Yes. She had her dinner, then she had steak. She's fine.
She was in there begging me for my snack.
She wants to eat 24/7.
What?
Echo, Al, this whole trip on this rock, the whole thing has been weird. This whole ride.
Yeah, it kind of has.
I think most of my life I've been, at least a good portion of my life I've been either going, what the fuck, or scratching my head trying to figure something out.
Which is basically WTF.
Yeah. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. What the?
I wish I could feel comfortable with that freedom, I guess.
Right, like comfortable with your body, and because a lot of people who are nudists, it's not that they have anything spectacular to show off. It's just it's a mindset thing.
Yes.
I'm very thankful for what God endowed me with, my whole body, every part of it. I think I was blessed in that category all the way around, health wise, physical stature wise,
You're a
however you
dude.
want to take that. I'm very pleased with that.
So you think it's different with men and women?
Not all the time, but most of the time.
Yeah, I do too.
Mm-hmm. It is. A lot of men think that way, Carl. That's why some of you wear Speedos. You're just so proud. You're like, look at what
Yeah.
I've
Right,
been,
look it. You're never gonna see me in one of those because that's those banana hammocks look like something a gal should be wearing. No dude should ever wear fucking panties. All right, that's just it's fucking wrong. All right, if a gal's into that shit, there's something wrong with her. All right, I'm never gonna wear none of that shit.
Hey, Dave.
Loincloth, that's a whole different realm. A loincloth, now that's ancient. Right, that's practical.
Night
Going
indeed.
naked.
Indeed.
Yeah. For some reason, men are really proud. I'll just say proud.
Not supposed to be proud. You're not supposed to have an ego that outmatches your fucking brain. You're not supposed to be like that. You're supposed to be humble. Confidence is good, that kind of thing. But
There's Tennessee. Lauren P. I'm going to assume Old Silky is a pet nickname we don't need to know about.
Right?
I don't know who this Carlos guy is, but there's something wrong with him too.
He's talking about her pool boy.
Cabana boy, yeah.
Huh.
Uh-uh.
Wait, who's got a cabana book?
Trying to figure out what Al's talking about. The Hindus, where did it go? There we go. The Hindus call it Maya, which is commonly misinterpreted as illusion, but it's really more like layer. I can't see the context of it going back.
Moose.
Al Bundy.
Ow.
Yeah, they call it Maya. And I'm like, well, what is the loincloth? Is that what they call Speedos? You never know what timing people are, or delayed, or if
I
they're
know.
just
You know, there was a time in my youth that guys like me wore our cutoffs so short that you had to be careful the way you sat. All right.
Oh God, I remember that. Ew. Ugh. Ew. Yes. It was
Did you say shorts? Weird shorts?
Blue
yes.
jean shorts, you know, I mean,
Oh, blue jean shorts.
So
you
Mm.
could
they
show
sit
the whole
down.
world everything, would not even know it with
Yes.
those.
They sit down because men never close their legs, and it's just out there. Ugh.
That's really unfortunate. I have seen that happen in person a few times, and it's like I have seen it occur where the whole thing just falls out, and it's like, how do y'all not know? And are you just being cocky, like you just want to sit there letting it hang out, or what? Because
You just get comfortable and forget what's
yeah,
going on down
yes,
there.
you don't feel the breeze, you know.
What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Anthony, you don't know what you're
Come
walking into.
Yeah.
No. Mm. Okay, there's been a lot of wardrobe mishaps in our lifetime that should have
Mhm.
never happened.
I can remember this guy in junior high school messing with me, and he was talking about kicking my ass. So when I saw him in the hallway, I was going to show him that I could put my foot right in his face, like a couple inches in front of his face. I just, jumped up in the air and put my foot square in front of his face. And I remember the look on his face was like, shit, like he was going to get kicked in the face, which I wasn't going to do it, but I was going to show him I could do it. And when I did that, my pants ripped in a U shape, all the way from the back, all the way up to the front. I mean, I just split that pair of pants right in half. You know, I've always gone commando, and I remember having to tie the shirt around my waist and get the hell out of school that day because I ripped my pants in half.
Well, this I'll keep it like as clean as possible, but girls know all about having to tie a shirt around their waist. And I would say of any wardrobe issue, you always kept a long sleeve shirt or a sweater or something just in case you needed it. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Absolutely horrible. It was like a source of anxiety. I would say most women probably had that thought in the back of their head. You never know. It could happen in public or something, and you might know, but you might not. You know what I mean? Horrible.
What's happening?
That's when we have a good male friend that tells.
I've helped shield gals from view in emergency situations, Virginia. I know
Right?
that's a real deal.
Yep. Yeah, Lauren P. Right? We just hit 88. Finally, we were 87.5 for a while.
I was watching that. I was
So
watching.
Carl, were you facing her or out to
What are you
shield?
talking about when I was shield? I mean,
Yeah.
go there in front of her and for nobody could see her, give her my code
Mhm.
or help her wrap it around her, and then walk with her out of there to get her out of there.
So you
Because
were
I've seen
facing.
those for a minute just to get her wrapped up and out of there.
Yeah, yeah. That
Okay.
it's the worst.
She like knocked everything off my bed.
I'm not sure I ever had the pleasure of bending over and ripping my pants because I have a shovel butt, so there's not a lot to go on there. Or I
What
guess maybe
the fuck is a
shirt.
shovel butt? Wait a minute. Back up. What is a shovel butt?
It's not really a bubble. It looks like a shovel. It looks like I'm sitting on a shovel.
I am so glad to hear that. I got that.
I've heard of shuttle butt. I've never
You
heard
see
of
these
shovel
perky
butt.
round, and you're like, how did they get
Flat. A little, but believe me, I tell you what, I've seen some nice looking women that have, and I do kind of look and like, damn, that's a nice bubble. But no, I was not blessed with the bubble.
Me
Yep.
either.
I think maybe a boob falling out is a common female wardrobe malfunction, or something snaps or you bend over or button pops or something like that.
Yep.
You know, I just want everybody to know that I'm always there to support any gal that can't afford a bra or needs that type of support. I'm always there for them. I'll lend a hand or two.
That's so kind. Y'all should thank him for that service.
I heard her.
I figured. I'm just sitting here. There you go, Miss Man.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't like bugs. I probably wouldn't make it in the woods. Maybe a beach.
Oh, well.
You don't want to take a gal somewhere where it's not comfortable. You got to be prepared. There's bugs, you better have a mosquito net. If there's a beach, you better have a blanket. You don't,
That's a
yeah.
conscientious. It's lacking in a lot of people, Carl, male or female.
Bucket list. Isn't that funny? That isn't on mine. One more time. No,
Are you
not.
reading chat and getting sidetracked, Bonnie?
Yeah, I'm reading chat. That's where I saw it.
I think I've got a rhythm going now. When somebody says something, then I'll wait and then I'll go and read the chat, see what the responses are. I'm getting like
Right.
a rhythm to it. Where you can talk for a minute and then go see the reaction.
Hey, Kush.
What's up, Chris?
Kush. Okay, everybody be good.
I know. Yeah, Kush is here now. Everybody settle down.
Is Kush
All
the
right.
parent?
No, Kush is a very godly man. He's a sweetheart, though. I'm sure he listens.
I think he knows it. He still comes around. So, I mean, I think he kind of understands there's a lot of humor and stuff involved. So,
He knows we're the wayward children. That's why he
yeah,
popped
that is the
in.
thing, too, though. Do you think that Jesus would just want to hang around with good people? No, I'll bet you if Jesus was here, he'd be hanging out with all the motorcyclists and convicts and the homeless, and he wouldn't. He'd probably want to hang around socialites and rich people. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I
Yeah.
told that preacher that was getting on to me for going to the dance hall. And he said, "Do you think Jesus would go there?" And I said, "Actually, yes. We're
Mhm.
a better place for him to witness, talk to people." And he just looked at me like I had lost my mind. Well, look at where he went. He didn't go to the ritzy places or he went to the poor places, to the, yeah,
Just the real people, the
yes.
The
And
salt
even
of
his
the earth.
disciples, were they pure and innocent? No.
Nope. Salt of the earth. Isn't that what they call it, Virginia?
right. Something like that. They call us a lot of things.
Look at the amazing things he taught them.
Maybe the black sheep.
Yeah. Gee, sounds like us more and more.
Yeah.
Heart surgery,
Amen. Good.
pray that he be healed, restored, and rejuvenated by precious. Absolutely, Kush. Keeping him in prayers.
Yeah, I had a weird dream today. Like I said, I got out of work early, and I went and I was tired enough, so I took a nap, which is really not a wise thing to do. So I slept a few hours during the day. I'm not near tired now because of it, and I knew that would happen. But it's not like a reoccurring dream. All right, I had this dream probably, I don't know, a year ago that I met Ted Nugent. Or that actually in that dream, I was friends with Ted Nugent. And I was at his place. We were cruising the dirt roads in his truck and,
Like a,
spotting deer and talking about hunting season. And it's like I already knew him. All right. It was a pretty wild dream. It wasn't like he lived in a mansion or nothing. It was like a farmhouse. And I met his wife and everything was just fun and cool. Well, today I had a dream of when I met Ted Nugent, and it was a kick ass dream. I got to tell him in the dream about the experiences I had at his concert or, shit I knew about him. And we were laughing our asses off. Then I woke up remembering it. And I've been in a good mood all day because of that. But it was just very vivid and I can remember it. It's just kick ass. Dreams are like free entertainment to me. I don't need no flipping TV. Dreams are better.
I don't know, Carl. Sounds kind of like a crush there.
No, no, I'm as heterosexual as they come, girlie. Let me tell you.
I
I
know.
love you.
You really, really like Ted. And I don't
Yeah.
mean that in a weird way. I'm just saying.
No, in real life, I'm convinced he wouldn't like me at all. You know, I don't need to meet him. There's an old saying, never meet your idols because it'll be disappointing. I kind of believe that, I kind of be like, I don't know. I don't really think I'm on his level. You see what I'm saying?
Never know.
I actually know things about him, even since I was a kid, though. When I was in the juvie, one of the first times I was in the juvie, I met this buddy of mine. His name was Brian. And we ended up spending some time in there and, back to back had each other's backs a few times. Well, a few years later, his mom moves him to the town I'm living in. All right, he was from Pontiac. He was from that area, but he moved to my area. So we got in all kinds of fucking trouble together. But during the time we were locked up together and later on in junior high school, he was always telling me that Ted Nugent was his big brother. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, he was something called, it was called the Big Brother program, and where
Yes.
people would go volunteer their time to help troubled youth. And I
Yes.
never believed him. I thought he was full of shit, and I told him that. I said, I don't believe you, man. You're fucking. One day, I'm at his trailer, at his mom's trailer, and she just out of the blue goes, "Hey, I found that picture you're looking for, Brian." And he gave me a look like, all right, like he had me now. And he showed me a fucking photograph of him and Ted Nugent together. Ted with the big smile and Brian, big smile. You know, he wasn't lying after all that time. I give him a hard time for it.
Hmm. Um.
Brian's gone now. They found him hung in a back porch in Flint about 14 years ago. And,
Oh my.
I know that he didn't hang himself. He was in a pretty rough neighborhood. He was rebuilding houses and letting people stay there. He was like the landlord to a lot of situations that helped people. And I think that somebody drugged him or something. And his sister thinks that. Anybody who knew him doesn't believe the story that he just got one day decided to go hang himself. Because I've fought with the fucker. All right. He wasn't giving up for nothing. So it's just one of those weird things.
Yeah. Um. My mother was in that program. They it they had big sisters too, and
Yeah.
the girl she was with was disabled, and I remember getting jealous of her because my mother would take her to see movies and stuff, and she never took me. Kind of feel bad about that now, but at the time when I was a kid, yeah,
No, that makes sense, Bonnie. The maths. It's when you're a kid that little bit of extra attention goes a long way.
yeah,
And you just kind of coddling a little bit. Like my eldest sons, they're in their 20s now, but I was so sad when one of them told me that when they were around 18 or whatever, that he felt like his twin brother was the favorite because he got extra attention. Well, the reason he got extra attention was he was a pain in the ass. He was he was the one that was very difficult as a teenager. So he had situations that required more attention, what juvie shit, and just, it appeared that he was getting that, and it kind of broke my heart. Like, man, he,
Interruption, sorry.
he had to do those things, to appease the mistakes his brothers had made. It was just the extra attention. Like
Yeah.
he thought that made him the favorite, and I was like, man, you know, I know a lot of parents say this, but I can't choose a favorite. I can't. I know a lot of parents can. A lot of
No.
moms are like, oh yeah, my fifth one is my favorite or whatever. Um, I can't though.
Mm-mm.
That's impossible.
No, I don't have a favorite. There,
Mm,
each one has a place in my heart. That you can't pick and choose. There's some that are closer to me than others because they choose to be. It's not me choosing. They know how I feel about every one of them. But
mhm.
the child will connect with you more or be more active in your life than some of the others.
Man, I just wanted to be. I honestly, I wanted no part of any discussion. No people offered to help me. I had cops that tried to, like, what's wrong, Carl? Talk to me. I wanted to be left the fuck alone. I didn't want to talk to anybody about any of that shit. I really just tried to avoid any of that through my childhood. Just let me be. I'll figure it out. I just that's all I. Is that weird? Is that-
No, I think we all have our own um, challenges and gifts in life, and some of us, man, came out screaming. Like I was not an easy person to deal with when I was younger. Y'all think I'm bad now? Shit. Like it was rough.
totally get what you just said. What you just said, I feel. All right, so I do understand. Yeah, I feel like I've come a long ways, but I got to give props for the people who did try to like steer me right, even though I didn't accept it. I still respect that that they tried. They probably would have worked with the right people. It just wouldn't have worked with me.
Who's Marnie? That is so cool, Jima.
What I'm getting is Marnie was one of Gma's best friends. That was a biker's girlfriend that was gonna shove a dildo up Billy Idol's ass. Apparently,
Yeah,
And it's on YouTube. We got to find that. Jima, you got a ranch. You could drop the link.
yeah. I'll find it
Gma
correct.
Gma peed on John Wayne. All right, so she's got.
I know. She's she's the bomb.
Uh, yes, I can find it, Chima. I don't want to go to YouTube search and put in Billy Idol pink dildo. Oh, I
Yeah, those
got
are
you.
complete
I
terms
get
I
it.
don't think I'd combined.
Oh, that's cool. Salt of earth means salt of the whole universe. Within our tears, there is salt and light. That is why our Heavenly Father collects our tears. Isn't that awesome? Well, it is to me.
Is it as awesome as somebody bad enough to pee on John Wayne? I don't know. That's a pretty high achievement. I'll bet you there's not many people in the world that could say that. I mean,
No, I'm sure there's not.
Well, Kush, when I see the word human, I think of color or light, like hue. The word hue means color. And so I always think of that like as a composition of us or our souls or spirits or however you want to put it, uh, like a color or a light in man is the vessel for it.
I think Al, absolutely. You know, I always was a little bit suspicious myself, but you're right on to it there. He knew it wasn't a white wedding anyway.
Are you looking it up, Virginia?
No, I was
Oh,
typing timer, hoping Gma went to go find it.
oh, okay. I heard typing. Like,
Yeah,
I'm looking.
it'll um, slow my computer down if I open up another tab. Um, was it at Buffalo Chip? Do we know the right concert? Sturgis 96, 2 hours before he went on stage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So YouTube.
You know, I did search queries for decades, right? That was one of the reasons I was successful at eBay is because I knew search queries. And if I was to do a search on something like that, I would do Sturgis, Idol. I wouldn't use the word Billy because you'll get way more results. You go Sturgis, Idol, and then maybe Pink, Chase. All right. And pick the choice words to use that search because the more words you use in the search, the more results you'll get that don't match what you were looking for. So there is an art to using your keyword search queries. Yeah, that's what I mean, Amir. That's like too many things out there in the world. You never know what you get with that.
I don't think it was successful. I think it was a chase.
Right, but meanwhile, there's another 700 results on the internet of things that could match that. that you don't want to
Yeah, it's a risky one.
Uh-huh.
Rebel
I'm
Yell.
looking for
I love that song. Sturgis Falls, Cedar Falls, Dancing with Myself. See, it only shows him performing.
Yeah, I'm sure that you probably never wanted the world to see that shit. Anyways, you probably got to be pretty specific. I'd put the
Right?
date, provide the date, you know, because
I
yeah.
did, but it's just
Now,
showing.
if you're looking on YouTube, I want you to go to the very top, and you'll see three little lines. You see those three lines together like a little button? Click on
Yes.
that, and it'll say Search Filters. Hit Search Filters. Let that go down. Choose uh, relevance, upload date, or whatever search that. It'll give you several options to do your search to hone it down. And then at the very bottom of that, it says apply. Hit the apply and then see what the results are then. Because if you're more specific, you might want to go to relevant or maybe uh, most watched.
Mine does not say any of that.
On
Maybe it's,
YouTube, the very top of your search, on the
I
page that you're
know.
searching, there should be three
Verifies with
little lines.
stupid verify it's me thing. Never mind. Go away. Okay, I give up.
One of these days. Now that you tried, it might just pop in your feed like magic.
Right?
Yeah. There was a game when the internet first became popular, like, 92, 93 or something, that people were playing that they would, single words especially were hard, but they would do searches to see how few results you could find. All right. And I remember, certain terms were on the list of what you would search, and the fewer the result, the better your score. People were literally playing games doing this. But looking back at that, the internet filled up fast. Because when people first started having home computers and stuff, yeah, you could look a lot of stuff up. But now there's hundreds of pages available on that same search instead of where there might have been only a page and a half back in the day.
Yankee, were we neighbors? Because they lived across the street from me, and I would sit out in the yard drinking beer with them when I was like 14.
Whoa. That'd be a trip.
The
If
Banditos.
you guys might even, if you've ever been to concerts and up close enough to the stage or something, you never know what videos you might be in. I found myself in Ted Nugent concert footage on YouTube, because I was always standing main floor, right in front of the stage, always in front of his amp, not in front of him, in front of his amp, kind of, and that's where I always went. And I stayed there through the whole concert, which is, if you've ever been to a concert, it's not an easy feat to keep your spot. All right.
No,
And
it's not.
I found myself, I could see myself in a couple of them. The Whiplash Bashes is what they call it. He used to have a concert here.
Yep. Did I lose y'all?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Did we lose Carl?
That did cut off kind of quick.
Yeah.
We might have.
Oh.
We can't hear you, Carl, if you can hear us. Yeah, it did cut off, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'll let him know. Maybe he can see chat.
Oh, there he went.
Something froze on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cheryl. Last I checked on her was around the hurricanes, and she was good to go. But she was a ton of fun. I don't know where she got her energy, but she always had so much energy, has so much energy. She's not past tense, but yeah, ton of fun.
Who's that?
Do Stuff with Nikki was,
Oh,
yeah, and she still comes up every now and again. You'll see her pop up and say hi somewhere, but
yes.
man,
She's the one in Florida, right?
yeah, and she works on bikes or cars, or I
Yes.
don't know if anyone has seen her work, but she is a talented artist, like really freaking amazing at what she does.
Yeah. Well, what he was saying, that's how I ended up on Austin City Limits. Just, I don't know if it was the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the right time. But it's there.
So, Austin City Limits, what were you doing?
I was dancing.
Oh.
We were at Lickenbach, and they were doing it was an invitation only, because there was a group out there, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of them. And they were playing for these VIP people, and one of the band members wanted me to dance with him. And we were outside of the hall just watching, and it's like an old barn with these wooden windows that just they flip up, and then they have a stick to hold it open. And he asked me to dance with him, and I said, well, I'm not allowed in and out here. And he said, we can fix that. And he grabbed my hands and just pulled me through the window.
Huh.
And so I went out there and danced with him, and of course he gets right out in front, and so there we are. And I was not dressed for it.
What were you wearing? I'm very curious.
Okay, this was like, oh my gosh, I can't even remember what year. A white tube top and jeans.
Ooh, a white tube top and jeans. What do you mean you weren't dressed for it? That is perfect dance gear.
A white tube top you can kind of see through, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I guess the lighting would matter.
Yeah, and there were bright lights because of the filming, and oh, it was, well,
Oh, wow. Oh, dang.
and when I saw that on TV, I was like, oh no.
That is funny. Right, Yankee? It's hilarious.
No, it wasn't me.
No, I agree, Al. Dancing is so fun.
I love to dance, and
Mhm.
that's my grandmother. She always told me, you dance with whoever asks you to, because the one you want to will then ask you. And I was like, in my lifetime trying that, I did not see that work. Because once they saw you dancing with the scrungiest guy in there, they were like, yeah, no.
Oh, right. They would think you're taken, maybe, and they're moving on to the next one.
No, they thought I would stoop to anything, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what
Oh, you lowered your standards sometimes, and it wouldn't make you look any more enticing.
right. There was this
Like,
one guy, he
yeah.
was toothless and like he was a mess, but he could dance good, and it was kind of I felt sorry for him thing. You're
Right.
back.
Hey, Carl.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's super suspicious. All right, let me tell you something. I've never been kicked off of something the way that just happened. How did it end? What did it look like when I left?
You were not kicked off. I promise you, I didn't
No, I
kick
know
you.
you. No, listen, I know you didn't. Now to explain, what did it look like when I left? Did the sound change, or was I suddenly gone?
No, you were talking, and it was just instant cutoff, and I was like, "Am I losing y'all?" And Virginia said,
Okay,
"No." And
because what happened when I was cut off? All right, I I couldn't even get out of StreamYard. They wouldn't let me get out of that. They wouldn't let me open up YouTube. I closed everything, and then when I went to YouTube, it was pitch black. They wouldn't let me do anything on YouTube, only the symbol for YouTube. Then I checked if I had full signal, 100% signal. I could do anything else on the internet. I had all my service anywhere else except for YouTube. Then it wouldn't let me do anything. All right. The only platform doing that was YouTube. So now I turned my phone off, refreshed it, turned it back on, and then I was able to get back to YouTube. It was like they just said, "We've had enough of you, Carl."
Huh.
and you said, "Ha ha! I'll show you," and here you are.
That I've never lost. It's never happened like that. That's strange, suspicious to say the least.
Yeah.
Well, your audio cut out first. You were mid-story, and then audio cut out. So it's almost like you froze. But if you were able to open right up, except for YouTube's, or that was black right away, then that's pretty weird. Because if you
Yeah,
froze,
it
you
was
would
all black.
have had to
They
restart or
wouldn't.
what.
Yeah,
And it's not like you were telling something.
I don't even remember the story. What was Carl talking about, y'all?
I think
I
he
don't
was
know.
about being upstate. I can't remember.
Yeah, we were talking about music basically and
Yeah.
shows.
Amir, what makes you think I'm not wearing my ghillie? Everything else was good though, Moose, except for YouTube. I could do anything else, full signal, whatever, except YouTube. I thought YouTube went down.
It might have been your YouTube app that went down.
Yeah.
What were we just talking about? And then that happens for the first time ever?
Well,
They have to
it's
reset.
strange day.
That feels like one of those, we're going to show this motherfucker.
Has to be restarted. He was saying, no, he was not saying that, Lauren.
Yeah, I hate you.
12, 11, 24.
Yeah, Yankee. Sitting
I
and
did.
watching music.
Yeah. One of them my daughter was working at, she was in charge of getting the live music. And so she knows quite a few people.
Oh, like musicians?
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
Did we lose Carl again?
No, I'm just sitting here contemplating the mysteries of the universe.
Having an existential crisis.
They done pissed him off.
Oh, did you ever go dancing, Carl?
I might have kicked up a heel or two. I like to slow dance, Virginia. I don't, not much of a fast dancer. I'm more of a groover. All right. I mean, I don't have that Michael Jackson bone. All right. I don't. If I dance, I prefer it to be a good slow dance with the gal, you know. And I prefer that in private. But if it has to be in public, I'll do that.
So you like, okay, so you don't have rhythm in your bones. You don't have the Michael Jackson slow dancing?
I got the rhythm, but it's a more of a groove.
Uh-oh.
Used to be a dancer as Moose Man. Afro, open chest shirt, bell bottoms. He was a DJ and he was a dancer.
Really?
Yep. He sure was.
I never had silk shirt open with the gold chains, and yeah, I was never that guy.
What about slow dancing?
I like slow dancing a lot. I mean,
Or
what was that?
well, like the awkward where you're kind of like moving to a rhythm, but it's not really a slow song, so you're not doing like the hands and the neck and the
No,
waist.
I can dip a gal. I can spin her around. I can do all that. I mean, my mom could dance, is what it is. My mom,
Right.
she could really dance, jitterbug and samba and all that stuff. She was good at that, and I remember as a kid learning some of that. I mean, I'm just, I guess I don't have the same energy as those guys out there fast dancing.
Right.
In most cases, no one wants to see a white guy fast dance anyway.
I would love to see you fast dance, Carl, in slow mo even.
So can you do the two-step, the walls, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
My parents would two-stepping all the time because we'd be at the base, like the Navy base, and um, I was like in high school, but I would dance with my dad, or if somebody came up and asked, my they would have to get through my dad, and then he'd be like, "Sure, you know, she can two-step," and it was very clean and good to go. But I loved it. It isn't my favorite style of music. Country is not at the top of my list, but I loved going out two-stepping. It was so much fun.
Yes, I love country dancing. They changed the two-step into this one that gives you a leg cramp. I didn't like that one. But the old-fashioned two-step, love it.
Mhm. Yep,
Could dance
the
that all
old-fashioned.
night. Yep.
Well, I think the best thing about taking a gal dancing is she's gonna dress up. She's gonna be in a dress and heels and her hair up and all that good stuff. That that's like the best part of dancing right there.
And they're all holding the heels by the straps with mascara running down their face and jacked hair and like one shoulder missing from their dress. You know?
I would expect nothing less than you to take that off to left curve somewhere for sure.
Huckleberry, we need details.
I can't do high heels. I'm already almost 6 feet tall, so I always was either in combat boots or something like that. But yeah, I know those girls for
I'm
sure.
over 6 foot tall. You can probably pull that off.
Nah, I'm too clumsy.
Yeah, it. I can't wear heels anymore. Not like.
Mm-mm.
You know, girls, you don't even have to wear those heels out in the town. You can just wear them around the house. It'll make a man's day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like a heeled shoe if I'm wearing a dress or something, but nowadays I always get either a wedge or like a 2 inch bottom, the stiletto style or something like that. I would be on my ass quickly.
What's up,
Yes,
Devil Dog?
like those models on the runway. Yeah, I can't see me walking in those. I mean, I just got to where I can walk good without heels. Can't see that happening. But I did get me a pair of wedges that, like you were talking about,
Hmm.
they're white.
I'm scared of falling down the older I get. I'm
Yes.
not, you know, it's scary, dude. You can hit something the wrong way and you're screwed for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Remember
And
that
that
song from
you're
the 80s?
supposed to have
God
a
gets
gentleman's
down.
honor.
You remember that one, Virginia, from the 80s? Well, I
Sorry,
get
Carl,
knocked
I was
down
talking.
and I get up again.
I get
It's glitching
down.
on me. I don't even, as soon as I start to talk is when I hear you guys talk. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Got a, it's like a lag or something. I'm just gonna shut up and listen because I couldn't hear anything.
But yes, I do remember that song for sure. I get knocked down and I get back up again, something to that effect.
Tub
Yeah.
and Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba. Yes. Yep.
And I said, that's when you have a gentleman's arm to hold on to while you're walking. It's supposed to be.
What's up, Devil Dog?
That's true, Bonnie, actually. That's true. And that is nice when you do have a gentleman that does that.
Yeah.
Tub thumping.
Yeah.
Huh.
I used to watch a lot of VH1 pop-up video.
That was a good show. Pop-up video. It had all kinds of trivia and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I argue with friends. They think it says kissing the night away. It literally says pissing the night away.
I know. I always thought it was
It's
kissing
sophisticated.
until I played it, and I was like, they're really saying pissing the night away.
I did not know that. It's pissing the night away. Stop. I did not know that. Huh.
It is. It's
That's
pissing.
new information for me too.
Huh.
Cheryl is teasing me because they know. All right, I drew pinup style art since I was like 7 years old. I've been drawing women, and I always drew heels and dresses and skimpy outfits. And I think they're just teasing me about that because Virginia's seen some of that.
Yep. You should show us sometime.
I mean, it's nothing like super explicit. I really like the 1940s and 50s pinup style, where it's not explicit. But yeah,
No, they're amazing. They are very tasteful. You know, they're not like nude or crude. I mean, they're negligee-ish style for some of them, or a little poppin' booty, something like that. But I would love to see it. You've got to show them sometime. I know maybe you have to find them or whatever, but
Oh, all right. Thanks, Cheryl, and thank you, Virginia. I mean, a lot of people don't appreciate that type of thing, so I don't, really show much of it.
Well, that's interesting. The British form of pissing, though, is much different. It's more to the effect of joking around, having fun. Not
Pissing around.
literally pissing.
that's true. Yep,
That makes sense.
it does. Yeah, it might have been Cheryl. I made him dig them out.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, Wolverines. Yeah, I've seen your art, Carl.
Huh?
I've seen your art.
You have?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, all right. We had a pretty good sized library when I was growing up, when I was young. till we moved. I mean, we still kept all them books, but there was this book in the library I found on figure drawing, and it was just pencil drawings of how to draw the human body. And it had heroic scale bodies and it had normal body scales. And you learn things like the average person is 7 heads high. Right? A heroic stature would be what they call it then, muscular, Amazonian, whatever you would call it, would be more like 8 heads high. So you measure the the height of the head and times that by 7 or 8. And I started learning these scales on how to draw, and of course, being a young boy, that led I leaned towards drawing the women. I didn't want to draw men, and I started drawing women really young. And the more I drew, the more people said, "Wow, that's pretty good." And then I learned out that even professional artists would say there's a couple things that are the hardest to draw, and that's cars and women. Well, I just was able to do it at a young age, and I had thousands of drawings by the time I was, in my 20s. And when I was in school, I got art awards and stuff. And when they do clay setups or something, that I always do a Dolly Parton or something, in the mix. And anyways, I walked into I was looking for a job, and I found it in the newspaper. It said wanted commercial artist. And I went in there and took my portfolio of all the girls and stuff I drew, and I did business cards for people and stuff when I was a teenager and stuff. Made money on the side doing, murals on walls and stuff like that. But the art director, his name was Tom in North Carolina, Kernersville, North Carolina. He he was interviewing me, and I showed him my portfolio, and he says, "Hey, hold on a minute," and he takes my portfolio and disappeared. Went into the back, and then he came back. He says, Carl, I want you to come with me. And he walks me into the back, and there's 6 commercial artists sitting there at tables drawing stuff. And they've got my drawings all over the place. They're going through them, and they're like, "You drew all these?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He says, "You're hired." And I'm like, "What? Really?" I'm like, I'm beaming because this is good money. And mid '80s, that was good money what I got hired in on. But it was because none of them liked drawing women. They hated it. All right. And there was a lot of line drawing art that they needed, like suntan lotion and all kinds of stuff for the billboards. So there was, at one point in the mid '80s, I had pictures, drawings I did of bikini clad babes all over this country because it was through a big billboard company, several, but the biggest, Nagley was the biggest at the time. But I mean, at one point, man, I could have gone a different direction than sewing. I was headed down a different road at one point. What's up, Scat?
Good to see you. Yeah, probably would have been pretty good money in that.
Probably could have been some point down the line. It was a cool job because I get paid hourly on the regular work hours, but I started getting contract work they call paint art, and it would be doing a more detailed illustration that they would paint directly onto the metal surfaces of a billboard taken in sections. And they'd do that in the art room. They'd project those images on the wall of a billboard, paint it on, take the panels down, then go reassemble the panels on the billboards. And those would last longer than the paper quick
Good.
print. That was
I can go ahead.
No, I was just going to add that was before the computers were a big thing. That was all, everything we did in there was done with photostat copying machines and photostat template sets and stuff where you'd have to do all your letter font one letter at a time. You pick your own letter style that you want to use. You would expose through a font onto a machine. You would stick it through the stop bath and the fixer and the developing fluids to stabilize it, and then you'd cut it in little pieces with the, X-Acto knives, place it on a plaque, and then go take a picture of it in a giant photostat machine that took up a whole room. And they can do all of that on their computer now. That's what's ridiculous. Is there was a massive commercial art studio with tens of thousands of logos and letter types stacked in file cabinets and drawers all over that the artists had for stock. If you need a picture of a Corvette, you go in there and you could choose through a couple hundred pictures of Corvettes to use in your art. Well, nowadays, all that stuff is right there at the tip. It's in your phone, man. You can. It's crazy what they used to do compared to what they have now.
Yeah, I guess that's something computers have taken over, but there are purists out there who pay premium for actual hand-drawn original shit.
Yes, sketches. And that's what my daughter, she was really good at doing people. And she did one of, I think it was Selena Gomez. And she's sitting there with a jacket and jeans, boots. You can see every crease in the boots, the jeans, because she's sitting there with her elbows on her knees. So her knees are drawn up. And the creases in the jeans. When she did that, I was like, oh my goodness. And we have a exhibit hall when we have the fair and rodeo. And I would make her go down there and exhibit her work. Thank you, Wolverine.
That's amazing.
But yeah, she's pretty talented, but she does so good at so many things, and she'll get tired of it or something and just quit. But boy, you touch her paints and brushes and she goes nuts. I don't know. Don't think she'll get back to it. It's whenever the mood hits her or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the deal. I'm the same, just not an artist. But people, I think there are certain talents you're born with, something like that. I know you can learn techniques and how to get better, but there are some that are just Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, they're just born with a certain gift. I think
Yeah.
artists and musicians are similar. Like there are some people that they can listen to a song once and play the whole thing.
Yep. Yeah. Or even just play by ear. Know the chords by ear.
Blows my mind.
Yeah.
I don't have any musical talents. I knew it when I was young and didn't even try. All right. I mean, people all around me were musically inclined, and that's all I needed. I didn't need to play guitar because my buddy played guitar. I never was into it. I never tried to achieve it, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. Because I do different things. I've got friends that played their guitar all their lives. And I know how much time they put into it because they were always playing the guitar.
Oh my good. It was really poop that he put on the faces and sold it.
I saw something on that and chose not to go into it.
Wolverine's put a link, and Wolverine's. I'm glad you wrenched because you put out some good videos. So now I know if I ask for one, you can share it.
I did
Yeah,
see something.
the art, like what was it supposed to be something, or was it just like a handprint? I mean,
No, the one picture I saw was just a bunch of different stains on a piece of paper.
oh,
He is the most disgusting person that I can think of. And he comes by it naturally. That's
And we're
just,
the deplorables.
yeah,
huh. He could
yeah,
have at least tried to make some chocolate starfish or something, you know?
You know, and actually, there was a lot of things growing up I didn't really understand or relate with at all. Things like Andy Warhol, or men's fashion shows, or even women's fashion shows with these crazy, weird outfits that no one would dare wear in reality. All right. And all this pop art and very strange stuff in culture that always it made me wonder what the fuck it was until decades later when I heard people saying that that was partially done to dumb our culture down, to make us look more ridiculous to outside sources, you know, to show that something was trending like that, and like kind of like this fucking weird shit that's been going on now. You know, it's it may have been done to make us look bad and to dumb us down, and numb us to the real art.
right.
Real real stuff.
Look at Scat, fellow flutist. And she was second chair in state. That's pretty awesome, Scat.
Yeah, it is. Carl, I think it's straight up money laundering.
That too, I mean, it just like the banana and the duct tape thing. Did you just recently see something like that?
Hmm. And then the dude ate the banana. I mean, clear money laundering.
Yeah.
She probably likes Jethro Tull.
Yes, it is crazy Wolverines. I get it.
Kush, the link's pinned at the top.
Come on up. You're the next contestant.
He probably wants to say a prayer.
But
No,
I agree with the modeling. Some of that stuff is so ridiculous, and I don't know. I guess walking art.
yeah. We have a guy that he's he's actually world renowned now. He does murals and they are absolutely amazing. He's gone to other countries and done the murals that they like. It would be something that you would see up, well, like we have at the Capitol here in Texas, up in the dome. It, he can do just anything. And he was given art classes. And so I was like, I asked my daughter, I said, do you want to go? Just to see if you can get some tips from him, maybe, or whatever. And we started going there, and he always had a model for them. And she didn't like that though. She was no, this is, I want to do my own thing. And I said, all right.
Right?
I tried to get some of the art galleries to um, showcase her art, and they're like, no, we only do renowned artists. And I said, well, how did they get a start? You know,
Mhm.
it's
Exactly.
And some of the restaurants will have artists things hanging around the restaurant, and but she never did that either.
Local
There's
businesses sometimes will hang art, local shops or something.
yeah,
Hey,
and
Kush.
I think that's
Hey,
kind of
good morning.
discouraged. Hey, Kush.
Hi, Bonnie. Hi, everybody.
What's up,
Um,
brother Cole?
hey, hugs in the Lord, card. I'm all right. Just wanted to tell you like about this special prayer request of that brother who will be on the operating table, and yeah, so
Did
it's
he
the
already?
same one they have set it for today. I mean, and so I've asked as other brothers and sisters to pray for him,
Oh,
and
okay,
then his wife took care. Yeah, can you hear the birds chirping?
cool. Okay, so it's today.
Yes. Can you hear the birds chirping?
Yes, I hear the birds.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's a nice place of giving dreams.
Oh, how pretty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So the Lord's showing me a lot of things. You see over there the heart-shaped leaves over these trees. These are peach trees. It's about the sweetness of the Lord, and that's also when you see a rose, a peach color rose. Remember about that. And there is the white for the sanctification and the blue, our blessed hope. Yeah,
You
and the
got
olive
big
trees.
trees.
This is a reminder of a galaxy ellipse. That's how every planet turns into ellipses, and the olives are a reminder of the birth of the great prize. Yeah, there you go. We have here one, and there are some other ones over there. So, and the white colors, reminder of the sanctified homes we have together with Him, and that's why He created, my dear brothers and sisters, that we share His love and and everything with all one another, and even like everything that He has created is for His glory, and that He lives within us, and there is place where we can always fellowship with Him, and I've asked Him. So I mean, if you feel or like lonely, or I don't know, you just you can raise your arm. Yeah, give me a hug, Jesus. So just remember this and give Him to one another. And He's in our laughter. I can hear Him, in Dolly's laughter, and in
Uh-oh.
good word or caring for others. And so yeah, just wanted to say a few words, because before I go on with the day here and the errands.
I appreciate it,
I
Kush.
appreciate very, very much.
Wish I
Okay,
could hear you
and
better,
I'm
brother.
thinking for a couple of even and for all of you who are online, that I'm thankful that the pandemic and everything else that went through, He kept us together. So,
Yes.
okay, much love for. Okay. I need to go on. So,
Thank you, Kush. That's beautiful.
okay. You are, yeah, you are everyone. It's very precious, very special. Okay.
You have a good day, Gus. I
Okay.
could barely hear you.
Thank you, Kush. Much appreciated.
All right. All right. Love and blessings. Bye for now.
Love you
Was it just
too.
me or was he glitching out?
He was glitching out.
Yeah.
What did I just see? Of the old farms, paintings of the old farms and barns. Yeah, I, I like to take pictures of them. I can't paint. I didn't get that gene. My mother had it, and one of my daughters has it.
Right. And it
Yeah.
could be a gene, like that artistic gene or a certain eye for things or an ear for music or
Hmm.
like talents, you know?
Yeah. And that's well with me. It's crafting and floral design. It, there's a lot of things that I love to do. The sewing and the just making things, and especially decorating. Anytime there's an event, they call me. Do you want to decorate?
Right.
Yes. What's the theme? And um, do any of y'all have that? That's what I'm trying to think of.
I
I don't.
don't have any.
Absolutely. I mean, Carl, what you do with sewing and drawing, those are unique gifts. Not everybody can do that. And like for me, I think my flair is in cooking. Like I'm a really, really good cook. If there was something that I could do as a passion and actually make it in this world, it would be in the chef category or something with food in some way. Um,
I never
and
looked at
not
it like a
everybody has the
talent.
flair for that, you know?
I never looked at it like a talent, Virginia. I just, if I feel like I have an interest in something or I want to do something, I do it. You know,
Yeah, but
the
that's what
thing,
your interest. You're going to be
yeah.
interested in those things, though. You know
If
what
I
I
Right.
mean?
have interest in something, I might study it a long time. I might jump right into trying doing it. You know, my mind will be on it. I'm focused on it. I just always felt like if there was something I wanted to get into, I could do that if I wanted. You know,
Hmm.
And carpenter.
Hey, Cruzy. No,
Well,
I
that's
hear
it.
you. Yeah.
I think everybody has that ability. They just have to have their mind in it. You know.
Yep. And but it's the same with skills. Everyone has a different skill. Thankfully, that's what makes the world go round, builds the world. Is you know we need that wide range of skills.
No matter how many books I read, Carl, I would never be able to sew seats the way that you do. And um, Devil Dog saying carpenter, that is 1,000% true. My baby daddy,
Yeah, he's saying
carpenter,
hello to Cruising Carpenter.
well, I'm spinning to my baby daddy. He is a carpenter. He does fishing during certain times of the year, but he didn't get past eighth grade.
Uh-oh.
I've got my little boy is drawing these number exponents, and he's very excited about numbers, which is kind of funny because of what I'm saying right now. His father
That's,
didn't get past eighth grade, literally can barely read. I shit you not. But he's one of those people that can build a house or fix something from the ground up, and he can do all the fractions in his head. He can do all the math in his head. He can cut boards and whatever else they're doing perfectly. It kind of blows my mind. It's like a weird savant thing that he was born with. So no matter
yes.
how much I read about building houses, I would never be able to do that in my mind. The way I would have to sit with pen and paper for hours to do what he can do. Like, boom.
Yeah. And that's it. It's a natural given talent. It's a gift. And when people realize it's a gift and develop them and use them for the enjoyment of others also, it just makes it that much more meaningful, enjoyable, enjoyable, whatever.
I like
Um,
creating things.
Call type of thing, you know.
yeah,
I like
yeah,
creating things. Right?
it's
I've
like,
always liked to make something out of. I like to make something out of nothing, broken things, whatever it is. It's I see there's a couple kinds of people in the world. There really are people that just destroy. You know,
yeah,
consume and destroy is really all they do. And I never looked at that much philosophically growing up, but I can look back at through my whole life, man. I've been trying to make this or design this in my mind, or I think when a person has these creative processes going on in their mind, it's a positive thing. You don't
yes.
have time to feel bad about your breakup or whatever it is that's hobbling you up in life. And I've also heard a phrase I like a lot: a creative mind is never bored. It
Exactly. That's when I got the flu before I moved here years ago. And I was laying there and I was like, I am bored to death. And so I got out some sewing stuff and I was sitting there and I was making hair clips for the girls or just making stuff because I was so bored just laying there sick. And, but I just, it's like, it's that can't sit still thing. Have to be doing something all the time.
Yep.
Get that. And the one thing I can't get into that I'm supposed to be doing is journaling. I just cannot sit down and do the journaling like I'm supposed to.
Man, it's tough.
Really.
I used to, like as a teenager, I had diaries. I still have them. But
Mm,
at some point, probably right about when I started having kids, I just lost the time and drive for it, man. Just sitting down to write, journaling and scrapbooking and stuff, putting it all together. Oh, man.
yes.
It's
Oh yeah, there's
daunting.
a lot cheaper. Maybe the Velcro of today. You can still get the good stuff, but Velcro, the original military issue stuff, was the same as it started off as astronaut suit stuff. That's where Velcro came from. The original stuff that was some really good stuff.
No,
Seven.
Liz. He's a mess.
Those guys are pretty creative, aren't they?
What guys?
Emir and Moose. Well, there's several of them. It,
Yeah.
banter. Banter is a form of creativity, a witty
Yes.
mind. You know.
Yeah. Are y'all ready to close this one up?
Yep. I've got a omelet to make.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad that people showed up to tell me what to do. Or, because I mean, I was like, okay, now I'm on the list. They're watching me, they're listening to me. Oh no.
I
Welcome
was
to the
already.
I'll be
You were
involved.
already on that list. You've probably been on that list for 4
Thank
years
you,
or more.
Virginia. Probably, but um, I don't know.
Good night, Virginia. Good night, Miss Bonnie. Good night, chat. I'll see y'all somewhere soon.
Take care, Carl. Good night. All right, y'all. You know, a song on the way out. Where did it go? I had a song. I had a hero. That's what I had. Where'd it go? Oh, shoot. I think I sent it in Gmail. I did. And it's got me. Nope, that's not it. What's my password? Oh, forget it. Booey boo. Ain't gonna work. Yep. Where's the next party? When do y'all go live? All right. Y'all have a good night. And I'll see you around. I don't know where I'll be. We'll see what happens. God bless y'all. Have a good night. And thanks for coming by. Good night.